it's a country.
It's a country.
You can't. Nobody gets extradited from that when they're accused of crimes against humanity. Like
Just one moment.
He was one of the guys that was moving people.
Oh yeah, from like the spotlight.
Yeah,
stuff.
he was one of those guys that was, when they would catch someone molesting kids, he'd move them to another place where one guy molested 100 deaf kids.
What's up, Tony Montana? How you living, Pimp?
He just looked
Gentlemen.
What's good in your neck of the woods? You make billions of dollars yet?
Yeah, soon, man. Soon I will.
All right. How many TikTok accounts have you made, G?
I made another one. I need more.
Fuck yeah, you need more.
I have 6 monetized accounts right now.
All right.
I need a lot more.
Yeah, dog. Why don't you just create a macro on your computer? Do you have a computer?
Yeah.
All right. I can teach you how to make a macro. So, well, actually, shoot. Do you have an Android phone? I know you have iOS, but do you have an Android phone, even an old one?
Probably at my parents' house, yeah.
Okay, that's what you really need, because then you can get auto clickers on your phone that will just press a button and it like, here's what mine do. And what yours can do too is basically you press a button, it opens up the TikTok app, it goes to a random email address creator so that you can verify the emails, and then what it does is it puts that in, it puts in a password, whatever I want it to be, it goes forward, and then it is just choose a username. Once you choose a username, you can have it like populate the account with whatever picture you want, name it whatever you want, put any links in there you want, and then it just closes that one and then starts up a new one. And you just have it going in this rotation. And I literally have these things going, and then just whenever I look over, it's ready to create a new one, and I just do a CAPTCHA and it's ready to go. I mean, that's how you create a lot of them. If you are creating like one, that's cool, but you want to create like 100.
Yeah, of course, but here's my issue.
What's your issue?
So for what I'm doing, to get the account monetized, I need to get it's either 1K or 5K followers. It's different every time. It's like sometimes with 1K that lets you in, but 5K is like what I really do. So, and I've already tried buying followers, and so it works. Buying followers works, but I have to get at least one video like to do decent, like at least over 50K views for TikTok to get the account monetized. Like I can't just make the account and buy followers right away.
Okay. So hold on.
Yeah.
All right. So we're gonna just price this bitch out. All right, approximately. So you need 5,000 TikTok followers. I don't know what that normally costs you, but it's about $60.
Well, whenever I can buy the followers, it would be like $10 for 5K followers.
Okay, so you're doing better. Okay, so you've got a good system there. But then why don't you just buy views and you just buy, I don't know, 50,000 views? How much is that?
No, the views doesn't work. If I try to buy views, I don't know if I just have a shit. Because I buy them from just another panel. It's like the most popular one.
Okay.
So I don't know if it's good quality or what the hell. But so yeah, for the views, I already tried buying the views too. That doesn't work.
Okay, so
what I do is I get.
Okay, I mean.
So yeah, what I do is I get one video to pop off with like 20, 50K views, and then I buy the followers. wow, that video is taking off. So that's like what's worked for me.
I gotcha. I mean, just try another service. I don't know why you just, I mean, you're trying one service. There are hundreds of these services. So you just find, I mean, you've got enough money that you're able to buy views and buy followers at a few different places. And then once you find one that works, you can create these accounts all day long. I mean, if you did one monetized account every single day for a month.
Yeah, that's the goal. That's the goal.
All right. Well then.
And I can pretty much do it manually already. Like I can do it on my own pretty much, like 1-2 days, 3 days max. But yeah, it would be more convenient. Like I don't know, because I was thinking, what if I just made, no, 5,000 would be too long. And then follow each other, that would take too long.
Yeah, I did that. It takes too long.
Yeah.
I mean, I did that with 1,000. It's not. I don't want to say it's not worth it, but it's also a really easy way to get them all banned because all they have to do is just look and see who your followers are, and it's like they're all the same. Now you could change them up, but that's more work. You have to add individual pictures to them. They can always check to see what device made them, and if the devices are similar, then they're just gonna put the kibosh on it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll probably have to make I have to do it on what was it that you said the other day? You have to get a VPN on all of them, or a server for all of them.
Yes.
Every phone or something.
Yeah. So, I mean, you don't need 10,000 accounts. You just need like 30 monetized accounts. So there's a big difference there.
Yeah.
If you're doing that, you just have to put on a. You just need to turn on a VPN when you're creating the account. And then from there, you're basically going to have the opportunity to create basically an anonymous account, not connected to you. And you'll have the opportunity to build that account, get it followers. Once it has whatever followers you want, great. Then you create a new account and you just use a different VPN. So they don't all look like they're coming from your house.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's what you do.
Yeah. Is there a different option besides VPN? Because I've heard that VPNs are, like, I don't know, TikTok doesn't like them or something.
Yeah. Nobody likes them. When in terms of apps, because they allow for anonymity. There are some. I mean, there's a way that people don't really use, but just go to your local Starbucks or go to your local McDonald's or go to some place that has like Walmart, like an open Wi-Fi for guests. Just go there, create a quick account, and then that's a completely different VPN.
So it's just when you make the account, it doesn't matter if I'm running the accounts on the same Wi-Fi?
Well, it's not as identifiable. Ideally, though, you just use a VPN. And I know that. Okay, so you can practice with it a little bit. So you don't necessarily. Well, it depends what the benefit you're gonna need it for. What you're gonna need it. So, do you need it to be able to go live for 6 hours a day?
Well, I want to do a mix. I want to do some accounts for live streaming and some accounts just for video post.
Okay, so it's easier for just the video post. That you could just do it from your home your home Wi-Fi, but it's not that like it does lead to some suspicion, but it's not necessarily enough suspicion to get your account banned by any means. People are using VPNs everywhere in the world. I would say probably on TikTok 20% of all users are using a VPN, and
Yeah, that's true.
so you just kind of have to see yourself. You're in that 20%. Now, where you can run into an issue, and that's what I would say. Just test it out. Is you're using a VPN and you go live, and no one's watching you. And you're like, what? Why isn't anybody watching me? And then you go to your normal IP, and you get 5,000 people watching you. And you're going to be like, okay, what happened here? Why is it that I had no success using a VPN and some success using my own IP address? That's where you're going to run into maybe someone previously on that VPN did some shady stuff, and now they've got it flagged or something like that. But they certainly don't have every VPN flagged in the world. And so it provides you with some anonymity, and then hopefully it doesn't happen. But if you ever get flagged on any of your accounts, you just go to another VPN, and then never know the difference.
Yeah.
Now I can tell you, I created 1,000 accounts on the same IP address without any VPN. That was like 3 years ago, and I've never run into an issue. Like basically having those, they're all still available accounts. Do I use them still? No, just because TikTok, I wasn't really successful on it, and the reason is they're like the demographic for TikTok is like age 13 to 25, and I'm looking for people who are like 25 to 45, because those people are influencers. They have tens of thousands of followers. They're not just new people. I mean, yeah, there are some really viral, young creators, but that's not what I do. I don't really want to interact with children. That's not the demographic for which I'm going. I'm going for people who are really large followings on other social media platforms, who find science to be very interesting, and so that's usually an older demographic. But that isn't to say I didn't use it. I met some really great people in this Discord that way. The reason why I moved away from it, when you go live once an hour, that became too tedious, because that meant it meant I couldn't sleep on stream, because nobody's doing the capture for me in the middle of the night. Now, there is a little way, is if you use a... Okay. So I take it you've never used TikTok.
And I've opened up my computer, but I never used a computer for TikTok.
Those would be... Okay, so are you familiar with being able to share your screen on TikTok? Like...
Yeah. I don't know how they do it, but yeah, I've seen that.
Excellent. Okay, so on a phone, I think, if I recall, like they change their metrics quite often, but because like you used to need 1,000 followers to go live, and then I think you used to have 5,000 followers to be able to share your screen, but on a computer it was only 3,000. So basically, you were able to show your screen, which can lead to much higher time on your lives. So what do I mean by that? No matter what you do on a live, unless you're a really hot girl, nobody's really, like, they're just gonna swipe through and whatever. But if you're showing like a bunch of stuff at once, you're gonna get a lot of people who stick around, and you can do that with a computer. So how do you do it? It's basically with like OBS Studio. You can have your main screen, which is you doing whatever you want, but then you can have like a really serene like video going in the corner of just something cool or somebody playing a video game that's interesting or whatever you want. You can have like another thing just showing, like TikTok thoughts, whatever, just to get people's attention. Uh, Basically, what I'm saying is you can run a lot more programs simultaneously that way, and that may be a benefit to you because you do so much live streaming. Um, okay, but with TikTok Studio, what I can tell you is, and what I think is a positive of it, is you can download it, use it, and they don't require you. So that means you can stay live for like 8 hours or 12 hours or 24 hours or something like that. But where you will run into an issue, and I've run into an issue every single time, is at some point somebody doesn't like what you're doing and they'll just flag your account and you'll be like, what did I do wrong? And it's for stupid stuff. Like, I've gotten like, look, I'll tell you this. I've never gone hunting. I don't think I've ever known anybody to go hunting, but I'll get flagged for animal cruelty hunting, and I'll be like, "What? What? I've never even talked about that on my stream. Like that has nothing to do with what I do." But somebody will just pick a random one, and then you can. It's like a pain because you got to go through the appeal process, and that can take 2 to 3 days. Sometimes it's not faster, and or they think like what like another one that I get nailed for quite again. I don't do that, but music. So it will detect some kind of copyrighted music, and I'll get banned for that. And then it's a 3 day ban or whatever, however long they want to make it. And bleeping, I can't um, patrol that or whatever. I can't monitor that. So what I'll do is get nailed for, just like I've said, like over if the more that you go live, if you rate that you're gonna get banned for whatever reason. So like normally if you go live, let's say 1 hour a day, okay, that's great. That's basically a 1 in 24 hour chance that you're gonna get banned. But if you're live 24 hours a day, that's a 24 times opportunity that you're gonna get banned, and it's just like it becomes very miserable as a streamer. Like I'm a fan of like for the most part Twitch, YouTube, Twitter. You go live, and so long as you're not like live streaming the Super Bowl in HD quality, you're going to be okay. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean you won't get strikes later on because of whatever reason, but they're not going to end your stream generally. Generally, they will for some things, but generally, you're going to be okay. As opposed to TikTok, which just like right away, you're going to get banned, whatever reason. They're very, very sensitive. So, what does that mean for you? It may be of benefit if you like you want what's the big thing for you, conversions?
Well, yeah, it's just TikTok Shop. Like the products linked right on the product. I mean, right on the live. So yeah, they don't have to click. They don't have to go onto my profile or click the link or anything. It's just right on the live. They can purchase a product.
Okay.
And yeah, it's literally like the violations. Yeah, that's gonna happen. It's part of the game.
Okay.
And
so when it comes to conversions for you, what's your what's the best thing that you show to get conversions?
Well, really, it's different for every product, but I just copy a script that other like affiliates are doing, whatever's working at the time.
Okay.
And really, all you can do on TikTok Shop is point out at like the sales running out. That's like creating urgency. Really, is all you can really do.
Okay, but there.
Just overselling that product.
Okay, but I mean, there are probably more efficient ways of doing that than what you're doing. I'm not saying what you're not doing isn't working. I mean, you're making thousands of dollars a month. But I do better with a white background or black background. Do I do better if I play music while I do this or not? You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, well, of course. There are things you can do to increase the views. Like for example, like there's a thing called beef tallow. It's like some cream for your skin. That's like kind of trendy right now. So you would post you would put a picture, like on the top somewhere, like a before and after, of like your skin, the acne there, and then the acne gone. And like that'll like bring in way more viewers than if you didn't have that. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like, just like that one picture.
Right. Okay, good. So that's something that works really well. To quote Mad Men, it's before and after since the beginning of time. Whenever you're selling any kind of weight loss product or skin clearing product or hair restoration product, it's going to be befores and afters. Okay, so there are ways to perhaps, and I don't, but then at least on a computer, if you do this on a computer, I think you'll be more successful. And the reason why you're successful, so you have a picture of the before and after, mesmerizing background, almost like to make people, could be, like what are pictures that would do this? I mean, it could be like the spiral that people use, but it could just be like beautiful colors going in and out of. Now, you're saying you just read a script, like literally you just speak it, like you're.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so.
Well, it's not an exact script. It's just like points. And like you just like keep going, like rewording it.
All right, so. I mean, I can almost guarantee you could do better if you just used a woman to do it. And I know you're like, well, okay, I don't want to have.
Yeah, that's the plan. Oh, yeah, that's the plan. The plan is to hire people overseas and figure out a way. I can have them going live.
Not what I'm saying, though. Not what I'm saying. You can use a few things. You could. Okay, so I'm glad we're on the same page. Like, women are going to sell your stuff better than a man will. But what you can do is you can either use pre-roll, basically women who are already selling something similar. It's just vague what they're selling, and so they can just be like, buy the product, it's in the corner or whatever, and they're just saying, oh, thank you for the follow and all that other garbage. You could do that, or you could just use an AI model and just feed her a script, and people aren't going to necessarily know the difference. And even if they do, because it's an attractive woman, they're going to be excited at whatever they're seeing anyway. Now, I know you're like, well, it's hard to do that on a phone. I get that. That's what I'm saying. TikTok Studio is the way to do this if you want to generate huge numbers. So what would you... Absolutely. Yeah. Definitely. You can even... TikTok has a feature where you mask yourself so that your movements will have a filter, and it'll look like you're just a hot chick. People do it all the time on Twitch. In fact, it's one of the most popular kinds of creators. It's like men who have a filter on that makes them look like a woman, a very attractive woman, and so when they move their hands around it, or like their head, it moves in the same way. It's known as an avatar, generally on a lot of platforms. Now, that's a way to do it. I think that you can even... I think that's probably... I mean, like, so how would you do that? Okay, so there's the way that I would do it, and I'm not the foremost expert on doing this, but Snapchat has a feature. It's known as filters. And actually, there's something called Snapchat Studio. And so I think Snapchat probably has some of the best filters available. That's kind of how they became famous. aside from just deleting your videos, so to speak, or your pictures. But basically, like you, whatever your camera detects, it puts a filter on you, and you can actually use what's called the Snapchat camera. And then within OBS, you basically take that camera and put it in as your main scene. And so whenever you move around, you could be a dog, you could be a woman, you could be like a furry, you can be whatever you think's going to sell. And you would probably want to test those, like which one works the best. But it's going to get people's attention because firstly, they're going to be like, normally I'm used to just seeing people, but now I'm seeing like a cartoon or I'm seeing an avatar or something, or this is cool. And then it's going to be talking. And you can have it mask your voice so that whatever you're saying in your normal voice comes out as like uh, whatever, an attractive woman or whatever you want it to be.
Yeah.
And then you can have your product there, the before and after, and that's all you really need. I mean, so long as you have your links there. But basically, what I'm saying is like, if you're making like $5,000 now a month, and that's probably a good month, you might be able to double, triple, quadruple it in a matter of days if you have the right salesperson. Basically, welcome. What up, G-Man? How you living, Pin?
So, like, how would I create this avatar? Just on Snapchat, or?
Yeah, so what you do is on your computer, it's called Snapchat Camera. It's just a program that you download. It's free.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, it's big time. And so then what you're going to be able to do is whenever your camera's on, instead of showing you, it shows whatever avatar you choose. And the reason why I recommend Snapchat Camera is because it just has so many different choices. You can do dog ears. You can make yourself look like a full dog. You can just have it do your dog, like, like all the filters that you have on Snapchat, you can do on this. When on TikTok, I can tell you right now, TikTok has like a limit of like 30. It's not that many, and people are used to seeing them. With Snapchat, they have maybe 1,000 different things that you can do, and you can change it. So you could say like, you know what, being an elephant, people took more toward like the fox more than the elephant, and then they don't always see you, or they'll never see you, they just see the avatar. So what do? You download Snapchat Camera and OBS Studio on your phone, on your computer, and TikTok Studio. So you need those three programs generally. And then what I would do if I were you is I install Snapchats, I install them all. And then when you open up OBS Studio, that's where you would like, that's how you stream. Um, and the virtual camera will only show what you want it to what you want it to display, and that's where you can create your different views. And so you'd add what's called Snapchat Camera, and within Snapchat Camera you choose your avatar. So let's say you want to be a dog. I don't care what you want to be. That's just our example. And so you're a dog, and then you open up TikTok Studio, and you go live. And when you go live, you can change the orientation. So sometimes I'm sure you've seen people have a horizontal orientation, which is really small, or you can keep it being the lengthwise vertical orientation. It's up to you, and I bet that's something with which you can practice. But usually, the bigger the picture, the more attractive it is going to be for people, and that's just about changing the orientation between vertical and horizontal. But then when people go to your whatever you're selling, they're going to see you in a dog suit, and you can also have other stuff going on too, like different scenes next to you, just to keep people involved, like engaged. You can have hot girls, you can have a nice coastline, you can have somebody playing video games that just keeps people like entertained. And then you have your links to and then you have the before and after of your product. That's the big one you said. And all of this is going on in the same scene. And so you're able to sell this. You're also going to be able to do testing with it. And, maybe it doesn't work at all. And you go back to your normal way, or it works way better than anything you've ever done before, and all of a sudden you.
Holy shit! No, because I know in China, or not even in China, no, there's like one of the number one streamers. It's like a cartoon character.
Right, you're exactly right. Yeah,
Like, bro, it's definitely gonna work.
Yeah, people like that.
Yeah, it's a new thing now.
Exactly. I forget what it's called. I think it's just called avatar streaming. But many of the most popular Twitch streamers are just that. They're just cartoons, and
Yeah.
people really connect with that.
Holy shit, dude.
And that's how they do it. Now, I'm sure there are other ways to do it. And we can certainly research that. But that's how I've done. Now, have I ever done it to be successful? Yeah, I did it on TikTok. I did it. I was Baby Yoda, and I got more likes out of my Baby Yoda stuff, I would say. Yeah, than anything else. Yeah, exactly. So, you can play with what you want, but this is when like Baby Yoda was really popular. When like The Mandalorian came out a few years ago, and I wasn't selling anything. I was like singing karaoke or something like that. But people really like that more than they liked any of the other ones, and um, then I saved those uploads, and they did better than. I saved those lives, and they did better than any of my other lives.
Yeah, Baby Yoda goes crazy on TikTok.
Yeah, definitely, exactly. So, do it.
This is crazy.
And then you can
it's
have
a way to like get so many.
You can have like things that you normally wouldn't be able to sell for you. Like Disney's not going to be cool with that, but they're never going to find out because you're not that big. But and all you care about is just being recognizable to the viewer, and so they're going to be scrolling through, and like I've seen enough TikToks that, and maybe yours is different, but this is what I see. I see hot girls. That's cool. I see people who are like doing scratch offs, like lottery tickets. That's what I see people do. I see people who do like something with rocks or like in water or something like basically I see people building things. Those are like the probably I would say when I look at, and it could be just my algorithm or whatever, but those are the things that perform the best. The things that don't perform well are just people who sit there and read the comments. Like that's not like that's fine if that's what you want to do, but and then also people who get in debates and have a bunch of other lives. Now here's another thing you can do is you can you have multiple accounts. You get your other accounts to join your live. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know about this.
Okay, so that's something that I've done. So basically, you would look at my live, and I would just have cameras all around me, and people would think that was super cool. The issue with that is people will report you for platform manipulation. So it just depends on how you want to do it. But people have thought it was really cool. Where basically you look, and it's like 8 different cameras on the same person. Um, but the key to this, in my opinion, is the testing of it. A/B testing. So you keep all the factors the same. You keep the same IP address, same device, and everything, and you just test out two different animals or whatever, and you see which one works best. Or you test out two different sets of lighting, and you see which one works best. And you'll be able to tweak it to the point where, like, you've just got a money making machine, which is the goal of everybody. So,
what could be crazy is if I can have like multiple lives running at the same time.
Yeah. Okay. So, you could do that. You're gonna want to be careful about platform manipulation, but
yeah, that's the thing because TikTok is really like strict on that.
Yeah. So usually you would need multiple computers generally to do that if you want to do the different animals. If you want to just do yourself, that's fine. You see what I have here, just like a tower, like a phone tower. And you have different towers just set up. Like I've got different computers set up. and they're all watching you at the same time. So you've got like, let's say, four going at the same time simultaneously, and you just do your selling. There's nothing wrong with that. The one thing that will happen though is you'll get hardcore TikTok users who start seeing you multiple times after they already said they didn't like you or whatever, they don't want to be shown you, and then they'll be like, wait, I thought this person, I already saw this person, and they'll report you. So you want to be careful with that. But that doesn't mean that you can't start with one or two at the same time. No one says you have to use all your accounts to do this.
No, yeah. Well, let's say I do the Snapchat filter one with the avatar. What if I use different avatars for each live?
Okay, so generally you can. You just need computers to do that. So you can't. I mean, yeah. So what you do, you buy you can buy brand new computers. That's fine, but that's going to cost you some money. You could just buy, just buy refurbished. Like the best ones that you're going to get are Lenovo's because they're business computers. They generally are very reliable. They're what used to be the IBM ThinkPad. These are Lenovo. Two of these are Lenovo's, and you can buy them for like $150, and they'll run for 10 years for you. They'll run better than any computer because they're made for business. So they're made for the business world, and some company changes its computer, sells it to some third party, and now you buy it off of Amazon. All right, so you buy.
Hello, Rothschild. I just have one thing to say to you.
What's up, G-Man?
Turn on YouTube TTS.
Okay, I have it. It doesn't always work for me though. I appreciate it, G-Man. G-Man, how'd you find out about me? G-Man, how'd you find out about me? Okay, that's fine. So basically, if you buy those Lenovo ThinkPads, you're going to be able to run individual instances on your account. So what does that mean? You'll be able to run, basically, you'll be able to be a cat on one, a dog on another. Oh, okay. Oh, that's amazing, G-Man. Wow, you've been an OG follower. How's your day going, G-Man? Yeah, I get trolled. That's cool. So, you'll be able to have like your four different accounts, and you'll be able to be a different animal in each one of the accounts, or whatever you want to consider it, and that should work for you. And you'd be able to do that for probably less than $600. You buy four computers, about $150 each.
No, it's super worth it.
Oh, totally. Now, before I buy the computers, I would just try it with my own computer to make sure it is um, a viable strategy. But chances are it's going to be, and if that happens, then you'll be able to do like four times the amount. Now, I didn't think of this, but you'd have to be selling the same product, probably. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, yeah, I'm thinking about everything now. I just wonder if TikTok wouldn't care if there's an AI live stream. I don't know if they.
Dude, I see it all the time. I've never been flagged for it.
Oh, that's right, you did it.
Yeah.
It's not a troll. I found out about you since OG Kid. I always watch you on YouTube. Sometimes I text you, but you can't see it.
Okay, that's cool. I think this person's using an AI voice. Yo, G-Man, if you're not using an AI voice in the next 10 seconds, say the United States of America. All you have to say is the United States of America. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, like anybody else. If I asked Tony Montana right now to say, "Hey, say the United States of America," he could say it just like the United States of America. No.
AI.
Okay, so it is AI. All right. Well, that's cool, G-Man. I'm glad you found out about me from Kick. That's going back like a year. That's baller. How's your day going, pimp? All right, back.
Why is he using AI?
No, he's just trying to troll me, and that's fine. I'm live all the time, so I get people from all over the world who either are positive to what I do or negative to what I do. People come in here and play chainsaws and horns and all kinds of stuff to try to keep me awake. Um, you know, I don't I don't let it get to me. Back to your selling of things. Um, is it something that would be beneficial for you to?
Anybody guess my voice? We're saying so, right?
Yeah, I know exactly who you are. You're Jacob Rothschild, which is cool.
Oh yeah, he is, and he realized that.
Yeah, that's fine. Um, so my friend G-Man, it's been a pleasure having you here. I appreciate it. Hope all's going well in your life. AI,
Oh, you got it.
cool man. Yeah. Anyway, so basically, all you need is just a computer that has a little bit of processing power. You'll be able to have your overlay or filter or whatever you want to call it. And that's just exciting to people. They'll ask you to change it, and like maybe you want to change it on the fly for them. Whatever it is, I mean, it's just to engage your audience. So, um, it's whatever.
No, yeah, bro. With the filter, bro, because like when you have the link on the video, the shoppable link, like TikTok is gonna push out your stream even if it's not interesting. So with the filter, it's gonna be like it's gonna give it even more entertainment. Like it's gonna be more entertaining than any other shoppable live stream for the most part.
I'm in agreement with you. I think that's the way you
Like the
do it.
only shoppable content is like when it's a girl wearing some like dress or something.
Exactly.
But the rest of them are like pretty boring.
Exactly. So you'll be able to be a trailblazer
Yeah,
with this type of
because
strategy.
I've been able to hold a couple hundred viewers, like 300 viewers at a time with just my hand and product in the video. So I'm pretty sure I can do it with this, probably like 500.
Definitely. What's the most amount you've
Who
ever
knows,
had
man?
simultaneously?
The most with a regular, like with the shoppable lives.
Yeah.
Like I know it was over 300.
Okay. What's the most you've ever had at any time ever on TikTok?
Yeah, it was like over 300, which is good for like a shop live.
Yeah. Do you know what follow for follows are?
Yeah, that a lot of people do that to get monetized quicker.
Right. And um, it depends on your strategy.
I've just never done it.
Yeah.
I've just never done it. Like for me, I can get a video to get like at least 50K views like in the first day on a new account. As long as the account's warmed up, I can get like 50 to 100K views in the first day pretty easily.
Okay.
And yeah, that's all I really need to then start buying the followers.
Right. Okay. I've had a lot of success with follow for follows, and I've done a lot of testing with it. So I've done it just being in front. Hey, follow for follow. They make this thing that I have. It's a disc. It's usually for like jewelry, but it's basically like a disc jewelry or you just any kind of product that you're trying to show. It's like a lazy Susan that just turns. And I had this thing. The most amount of people I ever had on TikTok simultaneously was 3,000. What I did, I took 4 phones and put them like made a square and then it was spinning, and so it was just something that was really interesting that no one had ever seen before. And then I had a like a piece of paper on top, like a little sign that had a link, and people would go to it. Basically, um, it was something like, and then behind that I had a television that was just like really mesmerizing content. And I remember one time I just let that go all night, and I ended up getting like hundreds of thousands of viewers just from that. So
What?
yeah, it was like,
Crazy.
oh, it's totally,
They're amazing numbers.
yeah, totally. Um, but here's the thing: I ended the stream and went live again, got 0 people. So I don't know what it was, but it was like I somehow hit the algorithm perfectly and got huge numbers. So I don't know exactly. I can just tell you that was one thing that I did that was more successful than anything I've ever done on TikTok Live. I also have the most the most successful thing I ever had on TikTok as a video. TikTok's finicky, and I kind of think it's rigged. Well, I do know it's rigged. There's this thing called 200 view jail and 200 to 600 view jail. So what they do um, is, let's say you create a new video, whatever it is. Now you're not having issues with this because you get 50,000 people to view your stuff. But if you put enough content out there, not all of it's going to get 50,000 views. A lot of it will just get 200 views. So what they do is you publish something. They show it to 200 people. So that's how you get 200 views. If it doesn't get liked or upvoted or commented on, it just stays there and it doesn't get shown to anyone else ever.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, no, trust me. I've made a ton of accounts from scratch. So, like, all you have to do is get the account warmed up, and, like, yeah, that breakthrough is going to be the hardest part. But once you break through, everything becomes a lot easier.
I'm in agreement with you. I have one video. I was watching this person on TikTok who was a television anchor, and she was doing an AMA, and I was I just asked one question, which was, do you use your right hand or your left hand to wipe? It was like a troll question, but she answered. She said, I use my right hand. Oh, I thought you said right. And this is just one video that I have, totally randomly. Now, here's the interesting part. It had no comments and no likes. So I don't know how it gets 200,000 views with no comments and no likes.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
I've
never seen that before, actually.
I mean, you can look it up right now. It's the pin post to Super Rothschild, SuperRothschild, and it's just I don't know why it worked that way, but
so you might have gone and bought it, bro. That's like, there's like no way 200.
Right? No.
Views and no likes.
Exactly, and I'm sure I did get by it, but just kind of like making you aware, like there's just kind of, I mean, I'm sure you know, like random tsunamis of like likes that or things that can come in, but they don't do anything for you. It's not like anything happens. But I do get that sometimes where randomly, I have a couple other videos that just have way more likes than I would have expected. It's like my average likes are maybe like 2,000, 200, 200, 200, whatever, because I put out so much content that it's like not always interesting. I created a bot that would just upload. This is more for Instagram, but we should talk about that. But basically, I made a bot that automatically uploads every hour of my life on Instagram. So I've just got this huge timeline on Instagram that isn't always that interesting because it's just like my life. It would just be like this conversation, which might not be that interesting to people, but to other people it might be. And I got two. Um, Sometimes I'll get some good results out of that. Do you ever sell on Instagram?
No.
Have you ever tried?
So I was like, I don't even know anyone selling on Instagram because I don't think they have like the shoppable link.
Okay.
Directly on the video.
I gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. All right, so TikTok's where it's at. Well,
yeah. Right now it is for the shopping.
I think you're right.
I don't know why TikTok doesn't do the same. I don't know why. I don't know why Instagram doesn't do the same.
Right, they're more about advertising and generating their money.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I guess they're not trying to compete with Amazon.
Right. All right. Well, you basically have the tools that you need to be able to be successful. So what do you do from here? You go to your computer, you download OBS Studio, TikTok Studio, and Snapchat camera. And
wait, what's the other one? OBS Studio?
Yeah, so OBS Studio is the thing that lets you make scenes. So what do I mean by that? It allows you to put like pictures on your screen or put the link at the bottom. Like you can type text on it. It basically allows you to have multiple cameras. It basically is the thing that makes your stream have any kind of um, additional content. So if you just did Snapchat camera, that's fine, but you're just going to see you as an animal or whatever. That's cool, but you won't be able to necessarily see the picture that you want of the before and after. If you want to do that, you do that with OBS Studio.
Yeah.
And
all right. Yeah, I'm ready on this now.
Excellent. So you buy those. They're free. You utilize those three, and once you do so, you should have the ability to be able to live stream on TikTok and on using TikTok Studio, and that's going to be a game changer for you. Also, the your connectivity is better on TikTok Studio, I would say, than um, on a phone. Like, I'm sure you're aware, apps crash, and that ends your live usually. You know what I mean? And maybe it's never happened to you, but the TikTok app sometimes closes, and it can end your live. So your computer is generally more stable, and that's going to mean that you're going to have more people watching you.
Yeah.
Have you ever had it where the app crashed on you?
No, I've never had a crash.
No. Okay. You're using an iOS device, so it's more stable. But Android, it'll crash on you.
Yeah. Well, now I'm thinking about this. Do you think it would be, I guess I don't want to get too ahead, but do you think it would be possible to, let's say, not to use a Snapchat avatar? Maybe it's not even Snapchat avatar. Maybe there's something else out there.
Right.
And would it be able to give the AI a script and it would go off on its own?
Yeah. Now you're talking about creating a character, and yeah, you could have it do that. Where I think that's the way to do it. Like if you want to basically have the best bang for your buck in terms of your time, which is valuable, then you just create a character and like an animation, and you just do 1 hour of recording or so, whatever. It doesn't even have to be that long. It could be 5 minutes, but generally you don't want people are going to detect that it's repeating itself, but after an hour,
I would just make it a decent amount of time, 20-30 minutes. No one really stays on for longer than that.
Exactly. And then you just have it read your script and do some movements. Yeah, it definitely can do that. And you can do that in a few different ways. You could even just record yourself using Spotify, the Snapchat camera, and then you just play that as like a pre-recorded video, or you could have it do it live. I think it's probably best though to just do pre-recorded videos because that way you're not going to have any kind of issues with the app. Like you don't want to have to, run into issues where the app can crash or it has a delay or anything like that. So basically, and that's what I was saying earlier. You should just take hot girls who are selling things already on YouTube and then just put your product in front of them and just play that.
Well, what clips would I take from them?
Oh, easy. So you just go to YouTube and type like TikTok pre-roll, TikTok pre-roll, hot girl, and like TikTok. They like have a ton of them on here. Now you want to find the right one of like selling. So girls selling, hot girls selling, and like they have pictures of these girls who are just selling products. And you just put your product in front of it. You can even just like go to one that's like I'll go to TikTok right now and find somebody who is selling something. So TikTok, and you just need like five minutes of good content. Like even 20 would probably be ideal, but like you were saying, 20 or 30 minutes, but nobody stays on that long. All right, so then I go to I don't know. Well, actually, I just have to go to live. So I'll go to live right now. Okay, so I'm on the live. So like, here's a girl selling something. She has really attractive hands. She's showing like some kind of gem. That's fine. I don't necessarily think you need that. But okay, this girl's selling wigs. So that's cool. Now I know you're like, well, how do I do my before and after, or whatever? This guy's selling shoes. So basically, you just screen record like, what would it? Okay, this girl's singing. That's not what we want. Okay, this person's selling like jewelry. So, like what's something that you sell? Before and after skin product, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, she doesn't have to be talking about the skin product 24/7. She could be talking about something else. You find a girl like this girl's doing her hair. All right, so let's see. So this girl's doing okay. So that's what you want to do. This girl is selling some kind of fashion stuff, but you could put your link there for her skin for before and after. And she's a pretty girl. People are gonna be like, "Oh, she uses the skin thing," when she doesn't even have to talk about it necessarily.
That's true.
And
I mean, yeah, it probably still would work just because it's a pretty girl.
exactly. You just okay. So what would you do? You like here's a girl. She's attractive. She's selling something right now. You screen record her for 20 minutes. Now she's selling something else, which is fine. But you put your link there, and people are going to think she's selling whatever your link is, and they're going to be attracted to her, and they're going to be like, "Oh." And especially if you can put a before and after, so they know, like, not only is this a product that works, but you have a pretty girl selling whatever she's selling. They're not going to be necessarily paying attention to it. That's I think can be really good, or it could just be like you just take this girl. She's like playing music. She's DJing. She's attractive. You do a screen record of her and then you put the link in there and you test it and see if it works. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. But basically, you just screen record other people's content, and then you just play it as pre-roll, and then you just have it on an infinite loop.
Yeah, I still think that I think the avatar's going to be the one that hits because I can make it like talk about the product.
That's true. I'm not in a denial of that. I don't disagree with you.
Yeah, I'm gonna try both of them, bro. Because the thing about the girls, man, they just get so many views. It's like the fastest way to get views.
I'm in agreement with you.
Dude, there's so much shit with AI, man.
100%.
There's so much shit you can.
Like, even I bet you could do what you wanted. You said earlier, create. It's just really creating an animation. Create AI animation online. All right, I know you can do this. Okay, Animaker. Make animated videos with AI for free. So you go there. It's an app that you can download, and it creates super powerful character builder. It's exactly what you want. Thousands of unique video templates. Animaker. Yeah, dude. And they're attractive animations. They're 2D, they're 3D. They can do text animation. So that's a cool thing that you can do with OBS Studio that you can't do with just TikTok. And the thing is, you want to make your TikTok like better than everybody else's. Is you can use like animation and things. What OBS Studio allows you to do is create a canvas of whatever you want. Using TikTok Studio, it's going to be limited because it's just going to be the camera. You can't like put moving text wherever you want because it doesn't have those kind of capabilities. But you can with OBS, and then what you do is you use if you it's somewhat complicated, but if you need, just come here and I can walk you through it. Once you do it once, you'll have it. But basically, what you do is you use OBS Studio, OBS camera in TikTok, and so whatever you're showing in OBS, it will show on TikTok, and that's where you can have your little animation. You can have like moving text in the background. You can have your link. You can put your link wherever you want. You can put multiple links. You can say like, buy now or whatever, running out, only 35 left. Like, have you ever tried that? That's a cool idea. Like, you know how they do on QVC or the Home Shopping Network? They have like only 35 left. It creates a sense of urgency.
Yeah. No, yeah, that's part of it. Yeah, I can definitely add that. I've seen people add that before. I've just never done it.
Okay. Well, it's something that you might want to try.
No, yeah, I just gotta set all this up tomorrow now. Shit, dude. Well, thank you, Rabbi.
Absolutely, I'm here.
I don't know how you know all this stuff. It's crazy, man.
Oh, I've tried just about every way to try to go viral, so I know all of the insides and outs. I know all the back doors.
Yeah. No, I figured. It's insane.
We're done. Well, try it out. Come back. Let me know how it works, and we can improve on it. Okay?
Yeah, 100%.
Excellent.
100%. Wait, so Rabbi, do you ever go outside or anything, or you stay in the room 24/7?
Yeah. No. I go outside. I've done IRL streaming as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills. I've streamed in downtown LA. I've streamed in at Disneyland, but those are expensive.
So you make sure to be streaming 24/7.
As best I can. I don't say I have the world's longest stream. I have more data than any person ever, which to me is more important. So, like basically, if anything, I always have my cameras going as best I can, and I would say that you can you can watch me. I mean, like, yeah, I'm always live now. Um, it's like I used to have like 4 data lines that I would use, but those get capped off. Like no matter how much live streaming you're doing outside, like eventually you're gonna meet some kind of cap with your cellular data provider or your ISP. I just find it much more efficient to stream near the router because because I have so many streams going simultaneously that
Yeah.
it like connectivity is really important to me. Especially like there are so many variables that happens when you do IRL streaming. You've got you've got to have power banks because your battery's going to run down really quickly when you're doing live stream, especially for as long as I do it. Like that's the thing. I don't do just like a 10-minute live stream. That to me, it's cool for some people, but for me, I want to do like 3, 4, 5 hours, and so I need power banks. I need lighting. I need, that means I've got car and insurance and gas and all that other stuff. And that adds up very quickly. And so to me, it's just easier and more efficient for me to just have my 33 different devices on me simultaneously. And then, if somebody comes into my Discord and I'm doing an IRL stream, I can't interact with them. I don't even know that they're here. So then they're like, oh, so he's not even live or he's not even in here. So it's easier for me to make this a central hub. But yeah, I do live streaming, and I go outside at least once a day just to touch grass and go to the mailbox or perhaps on a little walk or just even take out trash and stuff. But for the most part, this is what I do because I found the most amount of success with it. Like if I'm doing an IRL stream and you come in here, I'm not going to be able to be in a Discord and live on YouTube and live on Twitch and live on Twitter and all those other things simultaneously. Which I'm only really able to do generally one platform that way. But yeah, I have more IRL streams than most people have normal streams. Like I've got a lot of content of IRL.
Fucking crazy.
Yeah, I probably would do more IRL streaming if I found it to be, like, how would I say, people went crazy over it. But I get the same amount of viewers IRL as I get as a desktop streamer.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean,
That's crazy.
it's just how like the algorithm wants to place you. Where IRL streaming gets a lot of, I would say, bang for your buck is when people do clips of you because those are the most exciting moments of when you're doing whatever content you have. But you might.
The clips.
What'd you say?
The clips give you the most exposure.
Yeah, exactly. So I have a lot of clips of mine that are IRL, but I feel like then I have to play it to the audience. I like to just do what I want to do, and so I'll go shopping or I'll go just like walking and do talking to the camera or whatever. But I don't want to have to I'm gonna go try to pick up this chick just for views or whatever, or and that's the thing too. You get people who are in your chat who want you to do things like, hey, jump in front of a car. No, I'm not jumping in front of a car while I live stream. That's not practical. It would get me hurt. Or you'll get people who say do you steal something? Like that's against my moral compass. It's against a lot of things in my religion. Like that's not something that I do. Um, I and like basically you're having to type to people simultaneously if you want to keep viewers. That's another thing. When you're doing IRL streaming, you have to communicate with people, and I find it to be very um, it's good, but it's a lot of work, and really a thing that hurts me, I think, more than anything, I have a very hard time seeing the screen when I'm outside because of glare. I don't know if you're like aware, but if you use a phone outside and it's really bright out, it's super hard to see what's going on the screen. And some of the things that frustrate me most. Welcome, Miss Aquarius.
Hey.
Are you ready for me?
Yeah. I fell this morning. I'm okay.
You fell? What happened?
I was trying to get my granddaddy's shoes, and I just fell.
Are you okay?
So I'm okay. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Well, that's.
Are
Are you in?
Sore, but I'm okay.
Okay, just sore. Nothing broken?
Nothing broken up.
All right.
Well, I'm okay to move. So.
Yeah, exactly.
It's kind of not the really. I don't want to hit my nerve. That's why I just get called, but I'm okay.
Okay.
Thank you for asking.
Absolutely. Well, Tony Montana.
I gotta get on here.
I know.
What's already?
All right.
There we go.
Excellent. I play a game with Miss Aquarius every night. So we're going to do this. You do what you need to do and come back when you've got more results, okay?
All right.
Hey, Tony.
All right, guys. Be back
I'm
later.
speaking.
Excellent.
I'm speaking to you. I said hello.
She said hello.
Hi. I thought Rabbi, didn't you want me to get out?
No. You can stay as long as you want. I just didn't want you, I wanted you to know I'd be talking with Miss Aquarius as well. No, apologies. I did make it sound like that, but no, that's not what I meant. You stay as long as you want.
Oh, okay.
In fact, if you want, you can play.
Right.
You can play a game with us. We play a game on Play-Doh. It's an app. If you want to download it, we play bowling.
Oh, that's all right. I'll just be here.
Absolutely, you stay as long as you want. No, you're absolutely right, and Miss Aquarius is right too. Yeah. So let's introduce you to. We have Miss Aquarius, a friend of mine who I met on Discord. She just saw me. Well, like you, Tony Montana, if I recall. She saw me in a different Discord. She saw me in the Socialized Discord and saw I was live all the time. And came in and was like, hey, what's your deal? And I'm like, I live stream my life 24/7, et cetera, et cetera. And then we became friends. And for the last couple months or so, every night, we've been playing a series of games. We like to play bowling. And then Tony Montana, I met him within the last week or so. He saw me in the Aiden Ross stream, or Discord, I should say, live streaming my life, and was like, "Hey, what's your deal? I see you live all the time. Do you talk to people, et cetera, et cetera?" And that's how we became friends. Miss Aquarius is she is one of the nicest people you ever meet, and Tony Montana, also a nice person, is a kind of like a TikTok guru. Miss Aquarius, do you do TikTok?
I don't be on TikTok like that. Ooh.
Look at you, nice strike. Well, my man,
be on TikTok like that, dude. But since good job.
Thank you.
Good strike. Ever since they had that shutdown, I just ain't been on it. So.
Okay. Yeah.
So
So Tony Montana, how did that affect you with the TikTok shutdown recently?
Oh, I knew it was gonna be back. I didn't think it was gonna be back in a few hours, but I thought I'm max like 2-3 days.
Okay. Do you have a backup? Let's say.
There's still a backup, not really, man. I don't believe in backup.
Okay.
The way I see it, when there's a lot of money in something, it doesn't just disappear, man. People will figure things out.
You're 100% right on that. Did you ever try Red Note?
No, I'm not even gonna waste my time downloading anything else.
All right. All
The
right,
only backup would be like Instagram or YouTube or something. But for now, I'm all in on TikTok.
right. I was gonna say if you downloaded, even tried to use Red Note, it's not that easy because it's like all in Chinese.
Yeah. No, yeah, that was just a little gimmick. It got a little bit popular because of the band.
Yeah.
I knew it wasn't gonna get banned.
Who do you think is gonna buy TikTok? I've heard Amazon.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wonder how that would affect what I'm doing.
Oh, that's a good idea. A good point. Like they're
It'll either make it better or it'll make it worse.
well, yeah. I mean,
Whoa.
what else could it do?
Yeah.
I would
It'll probably
imagine.
make it better, honestly.
I would
But
imagine.
then Amazon will use TikTok to funnel more sales.
Yeah, but I would imagine they'd force you to use Amazon products. And that's going to be since you do affiliate marketing, you would just connect with Amazon stores currently. I think it. I think it probably, depending on how much they pay you, could be very beneficial to you.
It would become very crazy for sure.
Yeah, but
Because then there would be so many products to do.
yeah, that would be really cool. I mean, you could do whatever you wanted. Where do you get your
I mean,
Go ahead.
what'd you say? Where do I get my products?
Yeah, like where do you get the links, or how do people connect with you to sell for you to sell their stuff?
So when you all you need is 5K followers to get into the affiliate program, and then you can choose any product that the seller offers commission for, and there's like thousands and thousands of products.
Okay.
And yeah, you hit up the seller, you request a sample, tell them you're gonna make videos on it, and they'll send you a free sample. Or you can just buy the product and start making videos on it.
Okay. And
so, yeah, it's like everything's set up. It's not like you have to. It's not like you have to request
get
access
clients
to
and
some
things.
product.
I gotcha. Do you ever have connections or like discussions with the sellers?
I mean, yeah, like once you start like getting sales, then you can hit up the sellers and they can boost your commission or whatever, or like get you on a retainer or something if you're doing like really well.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. But yeah, TikTok has only been out for less than 2 years. I mean, not TikTok, but TikTok Shop.
I gotcha.
So yeah, there's still like room to grow still.
Good job, Rabbi.
Thank you, Miss Aquarius. All right, I got you, Miss Aquarius. You win, I win. I win, you win.
Yep. We won.
Absolutely. I hope you feel better, and I hope you heal well. Excellent. Tony, do you have intentions to or like are you able to choose products that have higher commissions?
Yeah, of course. So I only do supplements and vitamin type of products, like health type of products, and yeah, you can sell anything, man. Like like a gummy vitamin or like something for the like cream for your skin or something. Like there's millions of different products you can choose, and they all have different types of commissions depending on the brand.
All right. So then, have you ever used Fiverr for? I mean, you probably haven't, but with what you're saying, they have super hot girls on Fiverr who, um,
Yeah, who can make like UGC videos for me?
yeah, exactly.
It's just like kind of pricey.
I mean, it starts at $5. You could probably,
I don't know, because most of these good-looking girls are gonna want like all of them have egos, so they're gonna want like They're gonna want like a couple hundred or something for one video.
Yeah, you're
like at least $100 for one video.
yeah, you're probably right on that. Oh yeah, especially for like a 20-minute video.
Yeah. So my idea is, of course, like that's the way to do it. My idea is to probably use influencers, not even influencers, just people from other countries,
Right.
to do it.
Yeah.
So yeah, like Venezuela, like countries like Venezuela, the Philippines, Colombia, like different types of countries like that.
I just don't know if that's going to sell as well as a Native American or not Native American, but like someone either British
Well, yeah, it can.
or American.
The Spanish content was really well on TikTok. It's a big demographic.
Yeah.
Even here in the U.S.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, that would work. Yeah, but I can understand those models are gonna want their cut, and they're not necessarily gonna do it at super cheap price. Okay. What about this? Now, this is a thought. And we're just brainstorming here. You take an AI voice, like a British woman, and just have it. You can make it have
lip sync.
Lip sync? Did you say?
No, I thought that's what you were gonna say.
No. Basically, you just have that.
That's what you're getting at.
You just have that as your sound. So, it, like, if I go to TikTok right now, I don't necessarily have to see. Let's see here. The people. A lot of times, it's just their voices. So what I'm saying is, like, you have an attractive sound, an attractive voice. Like, okay, I'm opening it up right now. That one's definitely not attractive. Not attractive. Okay, this woman's on camera. Okay, so here's one. Like this person. So how could you do it? Okay, perfect. You have someone who just has an attractive hand or whatever. Basically, so you don't have to show their mouth. You just take this person and then do an.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing currently. That's exactly what I'm doing currently.
Okay.
I'll just take a video of just hand them product, or I'll either film it or take someone else's video, and then I'll grab a sound that already went viral and I'll just put that as the sound for the video.
Okay. So the thought would be you take your script and run it through an AI voice so that it sounds like a woman or whatever you think is going to sell. It could sound like a celebrity, and then you just have that person sell your product. So like the same thing.
I could do that too.
So like the same thing, like that guy came in here with Jacob ROTHSCHILD. You just use the same, not that voice. That's not going to sell. But you take like an upbeat, cheery voice, generally probably a female, and you just have that as your overlay. So it looks like somebody's just sitting there talking about it with their hands or whatever.
Yeah. Oh shit! Yeah. That's smart.
Right. Now, another thought, too, is, I mean, you basically just need a good 20-minute video that you can just have on... hold on a second. That's against the TikTok terms, by the way, though, to have pre-recorded content. But if you do it for long enough, nobody's going to know the difference.
Yeah.
So the thought is you have like somebody their own video that they have of just somebody whose hand is on the product or whatever. You mute the sound for that. You play your script with like the person reading it who's like a celebrity or whatever, and then you cut to a video of the woman so they think it's the woman whose hands it is, and she could just be talking about the people in the audience. Oh, thank you for the follow. Oh, that's a really funny comment, but just generic things. And then you cut back to the product. So, like, you only have to show her on camera for, like, 20 seconds. And that way, no one's going to know the difference.
No, yeah, I've been thinking about how to do all these things, just like how can I perfect it? But yeah, that would work.
I think it would as well. You'll find something though that works better than anything else, and then you just
Oh yeah, I just gotta start testing stuff.
right. I would try some kind of when I tested, I would try I would try a chick in a bikini who's just so it looks like she's how could you do it? You could even sync it with her mouth. Basically, if she's like far enough away, you wouldn't be able to tell. Um, but basically, what I'm trying to say is like utilize sex as much as you can because sex sells.
Yeah. No, trust me, I know. Oh yeah. She's gonna get so many views. When it's just a girl, like she'll just be like making breakfast in her kitchen. Like she'll just be living her life, like doing normal stuff, and she'll just be wearing a dress, and then she's selling a dress, and she's holding like a couple thousand viewers the whole time.
Right. Now, that's a thought. Do you ever buy viewers?
What?
So, like, people want to watch videos that they think are popular. So, you would just buy viewers so that people think it's like a really exciting live.
That's another thing I could probably do. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, that's
so
a big.
True.
That's what those girls are doing. They don't really have 5,000 people watching them making breakfast. What they do is they buy 4,500 viewers, and then they have 500
Well,
real.
I mean, some of them do. Some of them do, man. Like you go to the comments, and that shit's moving super fast.
They buy comments as wait. They buy comments as well. They buy comments as well. So what they do is they just have people who create emojis. So it makes the chat look like it's going, and then you get a real 200 people in there who are commenting on you, and it looks like it's all 5,000 are commenting, but it's not.
Yeah.
So that's a thought you could have as well. Basically, um, okay, so you have your live, you have, let's say, 1,000 people watch it simultaneously, 1,000 bots. You buy 100 comment bots that will comment once or twice a minute, just like, oh, so cool, or you're so pretty, or whatever, cool product, whatever. You can tell them whatever you want them to do. And then sometimes they just do emojis, just like flame emojis. I mean, just to give you an idea of how common this is, um, on Kick, that's just one platform. The highest people on Kick right now, who are, and some of them sell stuff. They like Aiden Ross right now. He's That's how you found me, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Aiden Ross right now has 57.4 thousand people watching him. Do you know how many real viewers he has?
No.
Guess. So I just said he has 57.3 thousand. So 57.4 right now. He has 57.4K.
I'm gonna guess he has 20,000.
Okay, lower.
Lower.
Oh yeah, this tells you everybody. It's called botted.wtf. Keep guessing.
15.
15,000? Lower.
10,000.
Lower.
Bro, there's no way.
Dude, this website tells you everybody. This website tells you everybody.
All right, 5,000.
Lower.
2,000.
Lower.
1,000.
Lower.
Bro, but there's no way.
Dog, I'm telling you, I have Aiden Ross's botted guy, the guy who Aiden pays to bot him. I know this is what he does. And this website gives me the exact statistics. You can look at it for yourself. It's botted, B-O-T-T.
Is he botting comments too?
Yeah, exactly. Yes, he's botting comments. I know. I'm telling you, it tells you. This guy will tell me you can buy the emojis and everything. Everything that these people do is botted. Keep going. You guessed 1,000. Lower.
500.
Lower.
100.
Lower.
Bro, he can't have 10 people watching this.
He has 57 people watching him right now.
Dude, what?
He has 3% engagement.
Everyone's a fraud.
Exactly. He has. It tells you. This website tells you it has their chat, so you can see it live. It tells you their engagement. He has 3% engagement. He has comments per minute. It has unique chatters. 232 of his 6,688 people are just emojis. So people who just make that chat go really quickly. They just post emojis.
There's a ton of emojis. Now that I'm looking at it, it's all emojis.
Exactly. Go to botted.wtf. And you can see all these people are botting themselves. And
so everyone's just a fraud.
Everybody. And I even have the guys, because I'm live in Aiden Ross's Discord all the time, and all these other people, they know who I am. The people who that buy the bots from. The guy comes in here, the guy who bots Neon and Aiden Ross and all these guys, and he tries, like, we've become friends. He comes in here and gambles, actually, and we just comment on his gambling. But basically, what it is there's a price. So he quoted me for 1,000 people to watch you 20, because I wanted 24-hour people, which is like really expensive because these servers have to be going all the time. It's about $5,000 a month. But I've even seen videos where Fusi, who's a streamer on Kick, calls this guy who comes in here, the botting guy, and just turns it up to whatever he wants. 5,000 people watching you, 50,000 people.
I've seen that clip.
Yeah, you know it. Yeah, exactly. It's a very famous clip. So, are you on botted.wtf?
Yeah.
So you can see, like,
it's kind of hard to use this.
It is on a phone.
Yeah.
It is on a phone. It's terrible on a phone. If you want, let's see here. If there's it's terrible on a phone. It used to be better, but they redid it, and it's okay. So go to. Do you know how to request a desktop site? Let's see if it's any better there. No, it's not. Do you have the ability to?
So yeah, for Aiden Ross, it says 57 viewers, 3% engagement, MPM 437, 1,900 active chatters.
But those are all fake.
Yeah.
How do you have 1,900 active chatters and 57 people watching you?
But then it says suspicious. Why does it say 50? If like it says suspicious, then it'll say Ahmed, someone 16 viewers, Aiden Ross 57.5K, and then you click on Aiden Ross, and then the viewers just says 57.
Yeah, so that means
I don't know if it's 57. Bro, this is the biggest streamer.
It's all bullshit, man. It's all bullshit. Jack Dorsey or Jack Doherty was the same way. Neon's the same way. Fusie's the same way. Amaranth is probably the biggest person who uses them.
So who is like someone who's like more legit?
Okay, so
who's wanting the most viewers right now?
do you see where it says recommended? It's easy. Okay, that's fine. On the left-hand side, you're going to see recommended right above suspicious.
Oh, yeah.
So, and it has Kick, Twitch, Party. Okay, so you go to, it looks like recommended right now. Holy Phoenix has 677 people watching them, and we'll get their statistics in a second. They have 677 viewers, 10% engagement. They have 1,600.
How is this guy getting more than Aiden Ross? If Aiden Ross has like so many clips of him out there, like, it doesn't make sense.
Because nobody pays attention to Aiden Ross. That's all botted. I know it's a wake-up call. Like, you mean to tell me everybody, like Mr. Beast and I Show Speed and all these people really only have like 100 people watching them at a given time? Yes. And it makes sense. Why is it that Aiden Ross has 57,000 people watching him simultaneously, and the next closest person has like 1,000 people watching him simultaneously? You mean to tell me he's that big of a draw, and then when he goes offline, everybody just leaves? Nobody, that doesn't disperse amongst the community? Action Man's like this. I mean, if you go, he's got an exposed page, and I know it's not that easy to read, but he basically like has people who they expose for botting. Now, the question exists: why does Kick allow this? For numbers, Kick is a growing platform, and I've heard Eddie Craven. He and I are friends on Discord. Like he has said in his weekly discussions that we know that people are botting. It's a constant issue in the streaming world. Everyone on YouTube is botting. Everyone on Twitch is botting, and it's just a competition to get higher and higher in the list of current streamers. We don't pay on people who bot themselves. So basically, we just pay on what you're going to be seeing on botted.wtf. That's not what he says, but basically he says that if they don't have unique IP addresses or unique devices, we don't pay on that. So basically, Aiden Ross, when he streams right now, is going to be paid for 57 viewers.
But when he shows his dashboard, it shows he's making like 400, 500 a month off this.
Yeah, that can be manipulated as well. He also owns, as I understand, 20% of Kick.
I mean, bro, he's not going to make the money. Like, he's not going to get this huge Kick deal from Eddie if he's not bringing in viewers, you know?
He's a big name, though.
Like, exactly.
Well, I'm not saying he doesn't. I'm not saying he doesn't bring in anybody. The proof is in the pudding. It shows he has 58 viewers right now. Let's test it. I'm going to go to his stream right now and see if the number goes to 59.
Let's see how many Oh yeah, right now it says 58K.
Right. So he's got some kind of thing that it just multiplies his real viewers by 1,000. So I just joined right now.
It's fucking ridiculous.
Like, look at all of the emojis that he has. Even people are saying in the comments, so fake. I mean, look at all the reason why his chat goes so quickly is because this person posts this emoji of this Turkish guy who's like got a mustache. You know, like it's a square. They just keep posting that.
Yeah.
Okay, here's another person. Called out. Fake. They're just. And it makes sense that there's 57 people in here. If it, like, have you ever seen, do you know what Kill Tony is? You're muted.
Yeah, I switched devices.
You're good. Have you ever seen Kill Tony?
Who's that?
It's the largest live podcast in the world. It's the number 2 podcast in the world on YouTube after Joe Rogan. It's a stand-up comedy show that airs live from Austin, Texas, in front of a live audience every Monday. It's been a podcast for like 12 years. If you ever look at their chat, there aren't emojis because they get banned for spamming emojis. It's just text, and it's just real people's comments, and it moves this quickly. So you can tell that Aiden just wants the same type of quick moving chat because people think that you're viral that way. Look, I'm not making up the numbers. This is what Botted is saying, and they're
What they know though? How would this site know?
yeah. So they have some kind of thing when Kick launched their API. They allowed somehow to be able to track this information. And they launched their API a few months ago.
I don't know. I think it's because look, let's say I click on Demi Suggs.
Yeah,
It says she has 1.9K, and then when I click on her, it says she has 1 viewer.
I think
I don't know. Man.
I think that's probably accurate. Nobody watches her. She's boring as fuck.
Same thing with this other person, Ali Boba. It says 1.5K, and then I click on it, 1 viewer.
Right. I'm in agreement with that. Okay, if we go to Ali Boba right now, or Demi Sucks, I'm looking at her chat. It's an emoji. It's still the same emoji. It's not moving very quickly. Okay, another emoji. Another emoji. Another emoji. Okay, so somebody just wrote something real. Let's take him to Fig. Emoji. Dude, this girl's botting. It's obvious. And I can tell you, look, the guy who Aiden calls and Fusi calls and Demi Sucks calls and Amaranth calls comes in here and tells me all their secrets.
So everyone's basically botting.
100%. Except for the people who are in the recommended.
It's fucking crazy.
It was a shock to me as well. and it made me realize, like, oh, no wonder nobody's watching my shit, because I don't bot. And I bought it at one time. I even paid real people from India to chat with me for 30 days. I mean, like, I've tried it. I've tried botting, and it's just really expensive to do.
Yeah.
So when you look at TikTok and those people, they're doing the same shit. Like,
no, well, I mean, not really on TikTok. Like, if you're a small creator, people probably don't even know that they got it.
oh, they know. They know. Anybody who sees that their friends have tens of thousands of people and they're not that popular in real life has questions. How were they able to do this? I even see people who ask for, like, presents for, like, their birthday and stuff of just followers. Like, that's the gift that their parents give to them. It's just like 10,000 followers. But so what does this mean? Is botting that rampant? Absolutely. Joe Rogan talks about it all the time, that it should be an illegal practice, but it's not.
It's kind of impossible to regulate.
No, it's not. All you do is just, you have to show your ID in order to create your account.
Yeah, do you think that's ever going to happen?
Yeah, I do. I think it'll probably happen in the next 5 years.
Shit.
The reason why they didn't do it earlier is because they wanted to be able to control everybody. But now that we're all controlled and we only have a few outlets in which to use, now they force you to put your ID on, and that way you can't create all these botted accounts. I mean, you see, I'm taking advantage of the system better than anybody creating these accounts. Getting my name out there, just making sure people know what I'm doing. It is a wake-up call, though, when you're like, all your favorite streamers are botted. Look, I can tell you this. Aiden Ross is always, whenever he streams, is between 50 and 60,000 viewers, except when he has Drake on or Donald Trump.
So the rest of pretty much every day, he's not even breaking 1,000 viewers.
Oh, for sure not.
Holy shit.
And if you're like, well, how's he so popular? He has a lot of money, so he can just buy all the viewers that he wants.
Yeah, all the clips.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I created a clip bot. I created a clip bot for all these people, and it's very easy. All you do is have it clip people's streams, and then I would put my Discord link in there. And I get people who come into this Discord who saw this years ago, and they're like, yeah, I didn't know you were such a big fan of, I don't know, some Polish streamer. I'll be like, who? And they'll be like, well, I saw that you made a clip of them, and there was this link in there, and I clicked it, and here I am. I'm like, oh, yeah, that was just a clip bot that I created.
You have a clip bot?
Yeah, they're really easy to make. They're one of the easiest kinds of bots to make. So basically, what it does, it's very easy to automate. You just have it create an account, which is really easy to do on Kick because they don't require a CAPTCHA, but it's also very easy to do on Twitch. And then it just goes from person to person. Welcome, Riser. It goes from person to person and creates a clip of them. And the issue is you can't create more than one clip every 30 seconds. But that's okay. It takes about 30 seconds to go in and be able to create a clip in itself and put your text in there. And then what you do is some people have a setting, at least on Twitch they do, where you can't clip their stuff because so many people do this. But on Kick, I don't believe that feature exists right now. So you just create clips, and then I would do it just for free advertising for myself. So basically, you would look at Aiden Ross's stream. You'd look at his clips, and they would all say, join Rabbi's Discord, discord.me/Rabbi. And he'd have 60 of them.
Holy shit. It's pretty damn smart.
Yeah. And I still get people, the randomest ways of people to come in here. And that would be a way that I would do it. Welcome, Riser. How you living, pimp?
I'm doing good.
I'm excellent, baby. Hey, you wanted an idea? Or we were talking about it for some kind of... Well, you sent me that thing about that guy to get... If he had gotten 1 penny or whatever for the Windows XP background. Which I thought 1 cent was overpriced. And then... which it is. They would have just gone with somebody else.
Yeah, Tony Montana. Well, that's a future
Um,
microphone is really awful.
yeah. Tony, your phone has some bad feedback.
What do you mean?
Like every time I speak words or Rabbi speak words, it looks like a super distorted distorted.
Tony, do you have my other account muted, the one with Joe Rogan on it? Mute that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, muted it.
All right. So you're basically getting feedback. Oh, okay. So there are some things that you can do if you want to limit it. You go into the Discord settings and turn on noise cancellation. And by the way, Tony, the only time you get this is when you're on the device you're currently on. When we were talking earlier, you were on that other device, it was fine.
Oh, yeah, I'll switch the other one now.
Okay.
Give me a second.
Take your time. All right, Riser, you had mentioned about a fidget spinner. So it's just an oversaturated market. It peaked in probably...
No, it's not. No, it's not. I'm not talking about selling the... You're probably, when fidget spinner comes into mind, you think of the classic, like, 3, like, triangle fidget spinner, right?
Right.
And those things, yeah, have been around for years and been sold in convenience stores. Everyone knows what this is. Everyone probably has, like, 6 of them. But what I was talking about was same concept, same market of these like ADHD or whatever. I don't know what the people that fidget, the fidget market, but you invent these new different kinds of devices for fidgeting. So it could be different type of sensory input, and it's not just like the classic fidget spinner, but like these different variations and reinventing different fidgeting devices. So it's like a fidget engineering company.
All right, isn't that like a small machine shop?
Genius idea, yeah.
No, isn't that a machine shop?
How do I turn my Discord message sounds off?
You go to settings, sounds, and then turn them off.
Settings. There's no settings. Sound.
Yeah, there is. It's in notifications.
There's notifications. Disable all sound notifications. I can do it. Or
Yeah, just turn off the message one. That one bothers me too.
Sure. I like the sound itself, but it's just. Alright, sorry. Please repeat whatever you were saying.
So you're basically talking about creating a small machine shop, right?
I mean, I'm not saying that the manufacturing has to be done in-house. You could probably outsource that. But just coming up with like variations of the fidget spinner, but they could be like very much different, but the same fidget devices. But
Okay, so you would just do the designing in North America?
I mean, if I came up with them, I brainstormed 3 with AI. If you want to hear Facebook Meta's answer.
No, just describe them to me. I mean, let's just.
Notice how you're not shooting down the idea because you're like, oh hey, this is a good idea.
No, this idea sucks. I'm just getting ready to shoot it down.
Okay, here are 3 new ideas for handheld sphere with interchangeable textured surfaces. Either rotate or explore different tactile experiences. FlexiLink, a flexible chain-like device composed of interconnected links. Users can manipulate the links, bending, twisting, or folding them to create different shapes. Pulse Pack, a small disc-shaped device with a subtle vibration and pulsing mechanism. User can hold the puck and manipulate the vibration, intensity, or pattern. That's just a handheld vibrator. I don't know what that's supposed to do, but I'm sure that there's possibly good ones.
Here's what stinks about this industry. Let's say you have the best idea for one, whatever it is. It spins, and it spins for hours. Somebody knocks it off, and they do whatever you're set for which you're selling it. They sell it for 1 cent more, or 1 cent less.
No, but I'm already going to China to manufacture it.
Yeah, but even in China, there are competitors. My friend used to do this. Basically, everything that you see in like a Walgreens or CVS or Rite Aid or whatever you have is created in like this one area of China, Guangzhou. It's like this mega city. And they have this one huge factory that does most of this. So all this little plastic and metal creation is done.
There's like some gigafactory there that makes how much of the world's good?
Like everything that you see in a CVS or like in an airport, or like a 7-Eleven, all that's made in this one area of China. Now they have competitors, but generally, because it's the cheapest to do it there. So you go in there and they'll create the mold for you, they'll create the packaging for you, everything that you want, and they do it cheaper than anybody.
I saw this kid on Shark Tank that's been around probably before that. Like this same, like kind of a fidget product, but it's just slime. And this guy just makes these different slimes that people mush around in their hand or whatever. It feels good.
Did anybody buy it?
Yeah, I think he got an investment on the show, but the slime market is like a whole market in itself. It's kind of the same. That's what I mean. It's like a variation of like the fidget spinner.
Right. What you're really going for is.
Again, it's hard. I mean, you can't really get a patent on slime, maybe. I don't know.
Right,
So we'll just sell them away.
right.
Just
So,
go build a brand.
I mean, slime has had, like, I don't know, when I was a kid, they had something, well, like my parents' generation, they had Play Doh, and I'm sure they had stuff before then, but then they had, at least with my generation, they had something called GAK, which was really popular. And they had something called Floam, FLOAM. GAK was like a slime that was great, but what happens is hair gets in it and dust and dirt and stuff, and you can't use it indefinitely. And then you just have to throw it out. Floam was like GAK, it was like a slime, except it was a foam that you could move around. Okay, so that's all great. Even if you make the best one of those in the world, the best one, and nobody knocks you off, what's your price point? How much are you gonna sell it for?
And whatever the flow price is, I'm not sure what the flow price is.
Okay, but what I'm trying to say is, you know how children are. They're gonna play with it for 10 minutes, and then they're not gonna play with it anymore. It's not something that's gonna keep them excited repeatedly. Now you may get some repeat buyers, but generally, like in my case, I got a Floam and I got a GAK, or I had a friend who got one, and we played with it for like 10 minutes, and then it was like over. Like you kind of wanted to eat it. I think it was, biodegradable and everything, non-toxic. But like, it came in different colors. Then they had one that glowed in the dark. I mean, that was it. Like there, like, and the reason why it was so popular is because Nickelodeon used to slime people on their show, like it's called Double Dare, and then so you thought you got like some of the slime that they got in the show. The real slime that they make, it was made out of like cornstarch, water, and dye. Um, the sliming era has come and gone. Now it could have a resurgence. Okay, so do you really want to know a good idea that I have?
I do, but let's just
Let's continue. Okay, okay, excellent, absolutely. It's relate. It's related. It's related.
I'm not saying that I would go into like the slime market at all.
Okay, so that kid on Shark Tank, I think I saw that one as well, and the reason why he's going to make some money is because he's a kid. It's a kid product, and he got an investor. But
Here's the thing. I do think that it's not. I don't think that slime is just for kids. And then I also think that his slime stood out or was at least investment worthy because he was coming out with these like different ice cream variations or something. Like he basically, it wasn't just a single product line. It was like a lot of different products that were not a little like more unique than just like different colors.
okay, so it has different smells, which has some attractiveness to it. It's like the candy Jelly Belly. What did they do that the regular Jelly Bean didn't have? It had a lot more flavors than your normal amount of Jelly Bellies. Okay, than your normal amount of Jelly Beans. Jelly Beans, I think, have like maybe, I don't know, 8, 10 flavors. Jelly Belly comes out with hundreds. All right, great. So you've got slime, and I think that there's something to this where you have it smell like in unique kinds, but that means you need more. It's more manufacturing. It's more fragrances. I'm not saying it's not possible, but
Here's an idea that I had the other 2 days ago. Is like the man candle.
dude,
There's,
stop,
like,
stop,
candles
stop, stop.
scented for men, so
Stop,
it'd be
stop,
like,
stop, stop, stop,
barbecue.
stop. This is already a product. It was on Shark Tank.
The man candle.
Absolutely, yeah. They smell like popcorn and beer, and I think it's called the Mandel, but there are a bunch of knockoffs of it. It did very well. Okay, yeah, it's called Manly Indulgence, the original Man Candle, Man Cave Scents. So original man candle. Yeah, this is the one. They have fart smell. Oh, that's how it started. Was the fart smell, and it did really well. And so then they opened it up to Beach Babe. They have Bacon, New Car, Freedom, Golf Course. It was on Shark Tank. It even says on their website, as seen on Shark Tank.
Yeah, do they have, okay, I can't barbecue in my building, like I guess for good reason, because they don't want people burning the building down, even though there's people that, I guess it makes sense, because we just have balcony. It's not like a open deck or whatever. But when you get a whiff of just the scent of barbecue, it's very, I mean, I guess arguably it's misogynistic to say that the scent of a barbecue is a man scent, but
I get what you're saying. So why wouldn't you buy the Bacon man candle and have that going all the time?
yeah, I think that you're kind of you're slicing your market in half if you're just marketing, if you're going straight for man sense only, which I think is a bad move, because if you probably look at the candle market, probably 90% of the buyers are women.
Absolutely.
But I guess it's still a large enough market that there's potentially the need there for a man sense or whatever. But still, marketing it directly like that might not be the move or whatever. But it's still like the Shark Tank. I think that was their niche. So maybe there's merit to that idea. But
I mean, then you're going with the Yankee Candle Company or some other candle. You know how many Etsy stores just make unique candle smells?
yeah, and it's hard to market those online because you can't see it or test it really until you try it. But I guess that's kind of an advantage as well.
No, it's a disadvantage. That's why they have Yankee Candle Company stores, so you can smell it in real life.
What's the Yankee candle?
Oh, you don't know what the Yankee Candle is? It's they're like in every mall in America. You go in and they have all kinds of different candles. It's the biggest candle company in the United States. There's a guy who made $1 billion just off of candles. He has a huge house, I think in Connecticut, and
Okay.
it was recently on Zillow or something like that. But anyway, the Yankee Candle Company is the largest candle company, I believe, in the world. But they're like, they have all kinds of jars that you buy that smell like sagewood, and vanilla is their big one, and cookies and cream, and they have every flavor that you'd ever want, or whatever, every scent that you'd ever want. Now,
Yeah.
this was on. This is a big thing. This is bigger than you, but it's Smell-O-Vision. SMELL-O-VISION. It's a real thing that people have been experimenting with, but basically, it's the idea that you could smell something through a screen. And the way that it's done is like these little, like this was actually on it was on uh, Shark Tank years ago. It was like season 1 or 2, and nobody bought it. But that doesn't mean that it wasn't a good product. It was too early. But basically, Smell-O-Vision is going to be a game changer, like television, where you can smell stuff. So how's it work? Basically, you have a little device that emits smells that are sent electronically from whatever's being shown on television or on the internet or whatever. So what does that mean? You're watching someone barbecue, or like you're watching a cooking show. You could smell whatever it is that they're cooking, and this little device emits it. Now, what is it emitting? It has little inserts that you put in there that basically can change smells based on what
Like
it.
printer, it's like printer ink.
Yeah, Great analogy. Yeah. Why isn't it popular? It just is a difficult thing to do accurately, and there isn't a huge market for it yet. But there will be in the future.
It seems like the TV show itself also needs to integrate into it.
100%. Now they've done this in trial.
You could use AI, but
Absolutely. They've done this in trial runs in movie theaters with limited success. So what do?
I went to one at in Disney like 2 decades ago. I went to one
In Tomorrowland?
5D movie.
Okay.
The 5D movie. The movie was in 3D. It had smell, and then there was also touch because this one scene scared the crap out of me. Where at the end of the movie, it's like, "Ladies and bugs, please, you can now leave your seats or whatever," and then like you felt like this bug just crawling under your butt, like on the way out the thing, and it caught me so off guard and scared me. It's funny. Everyone in theater was awesome, but they did like this one smell that was so gross. It's like, oh, the character farted, and then I've let this smell. It was like disgusting.
Okay. So you've experienced smell-o-vision, and that's the future, and it'll be integrated into Netflix. No, it will be. It will be.
I don't think all technology, just because it exists, is going to be integrated, because there's lots of crummy technology out there that people just don't want to use.
It will be eventually. Everything will be integrated. So you'll have smell-o-vision, and you'll also have taste-o-vision. Basically, you're able to eat a product that tastes like whatever you are watching. Now, what is this for everybody? Not necessarily, but when there are companies that are trying to make people buy more and more things, this is an option. And when it gets really accurate, it will be extremely successful. So what does this mean? What would it be? What's taste-o-vision? It's essentially like an easy bake oven that creates whatever's being made on television, and you're able to eat it. And it depends on the consistency, but generally, as I've seen, to make it as easy as possible, it's like in a pill. So basically, you're watching a cooking show and they're making barbecue or whatever. Well, barbecue's really messy and stuff, and you can't just, import meat into a machine. But you could have little capsules that integrate different flavors in it. And just like you said, like printer ink, some of them run lower than others depending on what you're using. And then you eat that pill. And then you can basically have an interactive experience. And then utilized with smell-o-vision, this would be very popular. Especially when food companies in particular, recognize the influence that smell has. People don't know this, but just in advertising, smell is the number one sense that is linked to memory. That's a huge opportunity for marketing.
That's fascinating. I guess I maybe overlooked that, but it seems like a very food. Maybe there's some reason for that, like it's like food or whatever.
It is. That's correct. But it's not necessarily. I mean, I can think like when I smell certain women's perfumes, I can link that to different women with whom I've been, just because it reminds me of them. I can even do that with different colognes I've worn and what. Well, I don't really wear cologne, but like I should say, like I've smelled around me, and like I can tell you, like certain smells were really popular when I was a younger person. Like the one that I'm thinking, it's not really a cologne, but you know what Axe body spray is?
Yeah, that one's pretty brutal.
It is.
I used to also wear.
Exactly. So it's not really a cologne, but it'd be something that like I would like a deodorant that I would wear, and that just had like a time, like it's kind of gone by the wayside, but it would be very popular. And if I ever smell that, it just makes me think immediately of sweaty adolescent men, because that's who wears that stuff. Or if I smell So there's just things that I smell that immediately make me think of certain events or like memories, and that's very important, especially in terms of selling products to people. So, with that said, smell-o-vision is going to be really big in taste-o-vision, and this was something that was always pondered in the past. It's just how do you deliver it? And it is. It's just like you said. It's like a little printer with printer cartridges. It's a little machine. There was a guy on Shark Tank who brought on smell-o-vision. This is the first time we've seen it. We've seen this going back to the 1950s, but nobody's been able to really um, emulate a good version of it or recreate a good version of it. But it will be, and there'll be some company that comes out with it, and then it'll start to catch on. And imagine, it'd be really cool if you were watching a cooking show and it smelled like barbecue or whatever you're watching. That's going to stimulate hunger. It's going to make people want to buy more and eat more food. That's an incredible way to sell product.
Yeah, I mean, I have my doubts on like the technology itself and being able to authentically replicate those kinds of smells with just like a little. I mean, I don't know enough about these
Cartridges.
like insert things, but I don't know. It seems like you need like a lot of. There's a lot of smells. I don't know. Is it like primary colors basically, where it's like you can make all these different scents from like these primary smells?
Precisely. So you can make any smell.
What are the primary smells? Because people talk about primary colors. What are the primary smells?
Yeah, they're like the primary tastes. There's like unagi, sweet, sour, savory, and salty.
Yeah, I know. I have heard of that. Which I was. Maybe you can explain it. What the fuck is umami?
That's right, umami. It's like a savory taste. I always mess that up with that type of martial art. So,
Sweet, sour, salty, bitter, and umami.
that's what it is. Apologies. All right.
Savory is not. I mean,
Umami is umami is savory. So it's like a
yeah, so umami is like soy sauce, Parmesan, cheese. I don't know. It's hard for me to connect the dots.
yeah.
List of umami. Tomatoes, mushrooms, soy sauce, seaweed, aged cheese, meat.
Isn't that interesting that like none of those taste the same?
No, I mean that just makes it even more confusing, to be honest. Like, I can't pinpoint it. It's easy to pinpoint like salt because that's an element that you can directly eat. Sour is also kind of easy to get the gist of. I don't know.
So with
I've watched like multiple YouTube videos on this, and I've like tried to process the information, and it's just like such a weird. I can't imagine. I can imagine sour. I can imagine salt. I can imagine sweet, bitter. Sure, like umami. I don't know.
well,
Fish, meat, cheese, tomatoes, but they're very, like, there's no unilateral cognitive taste.
I'm in agreement with you. It's difficult. I just kind of think of them as savory foods, like almost salty.
No, salty is its own thing. Tomatoes aren't salty. aren't like salt.
I know, that's why I said almost. Like, that's the best way I can describe it. But, like, um, it's difficult to describe. It's interesting that we don't really talk about it that much. I don't know why they don't just call it savory, by the way. But, um, what is a savory to me? Just reminds me of, like, meat, but I can see how soy sauce is in that. The weird one to me is tomatoes.
Savory is salty or spicy rather than sweet.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I think of it.
It just means salt.
Right, which is different than salty. So,
Yeah, do you know the fragments, the wheel,
yeah, so the wheel?
or the four pillars of
What are they?
there's one is floral notes, one is oriental notes, there's woody notes, and there's fresh notes. Woody notes, mossy wood, dry wood.
Yeah, this isn't
aromatic.
this isn't accurate because there are so many other kind of smells that
No, but that's like the earth, wind, fire, air. Just breaking it down and what. I mean, there's a color wheel, so there's also a scent wheel. And these are just the primary scents according to. I mean, oriental notes. I don't know what the fuck.
Doug, that's just one guy's opinion. According to
No, this is not one guy's opinion. This is Google it.
okay, I am. And I get the LA Times. It says there are 10 different kinds. There's fragrant, woody, minty, sweet, chemical, popcorn, lemon, fruity, non-citrus, and pungent. Oh, and decayed, which makes more sense to me. That
You know how I know that one's bullshit is because popcorn has its own fucking like category.
yeah, but it includes butter, molasses, and fried chicken. I get what you're saying. They just kind of make like almost like a cooking smell, but the best way to describe it is popcorn. I was in agreement with you. I looked down like popcorn. That doesn't really make sense, but okay, I guess it does if you include butter, molasses, fried chicken. All right. So what do? You get 10 of these little cartridges: fragrant, woody, minty, sweet, chemical, popcorn, lemon, fruity, pungent,
No, you only
decayed.
need four. You only need four, but within those four, it seems like there's multiple.
Within your four, whatever they're called, floral and all that, where are you going to get decayed?
I don't know. Is it in the woody notes, the fresh, the floral, or the oriental?
It's in none of those. It's its own thing. Where are you going to get chemical? Like kerosene and ammonia.
You need every single element in this little perfume wheel.
No, you don't. That's another thing. That's known as a Santa Claus machine.
Okay, well, I don't know.
Well, we could talk about that. A machine that has every element, or generally every element in it, and can create anything. It's like a 3D printer for anything. It's known as a replicator, also known as a Santa Claus machine. It's one of my favorite things about which to discuss. So, what does it
Is
do?
it possible? Is there actually any progress towards that thing being real, or is it just a hypothetical concept?
Yeah, I mean, that's what 3D printers are, basically. It's just 3D print
That's
with
very true. That's very true. It's just a 3D printer that can do Mercury.
exactly, exactly, exactly. But yeah, I mean, obviously, everybody would be super excited.
Arguably, there's machines that create diamonds. So those are like Santa Claus machines that make diamonds.
I mean, that's just like a lab-grown diamond.
Does that count?
No, Santa Claus machine uses like every element in the periodic table of elements to make whatever you want. So it could make a car, it could make a cell phone, so long as it has the necessary elements, it'll make whatever you want. A lab-grown diamond is only from carbon.
Has like this crazy. It's basically like a Chinese city at the same time. It's basically the Chinese city.
Exactly. In a machine. That's right.
What's that town called?
Guangzhou. In fact, it's a megacity. It's arguably the largest city in the world because it has a bunch of sub-cities around it. It's giant. It's in southern China.
How do you spell it?
It depends. Americanized, it's likeGhangzhou.
Okay. You know what is? Oh wait. Do you know what a hoodoo is?
Enlighten me.
A hoodoo is look it up. They're interesting. It's like this geological formation that's almost like a butte, or I guess it might also be able to be a butte, but it's very strange because it's basically like this like tall, like thin, tall, like rock that goes like straight up in the air like a giant finger, and then on top of it there's like an even bigger rock that's balancing on the top. So they look kind of like mushrooms.
Does it have to have a top that is wider than the base?
I feel like they all look like that, so I'm gonna assume. So it is a thin spire.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, okay. So that's baller as fuck. Yep, I see it. I see it.
By a harder, less eroded stone.
It's baller as fuck. Yeah, I see it. I'm looking at them. Have I ever seen one of those? Yeah, in the Southwest. Like in the desert areas.
Some of them are really wild. Like it just looks like a giant.
Just placed it like a giant. Just placed a rock on top of a formation.
Yeah.
But it's generally from erosion, right?
Yeah, I guess the rock on top doesn't erode, like the rock underneath it. It's just this big rock balancing on this little tiny.
Right.
Almost like a.
Nookshuk?
You not know the Yucca word of Nookshuk? Because the Yucca people sure know what a Nookshuk means.
Are you sure that it is not the Inuit people? It's called an
Yeah, no,
it's called an
definitely
Inukshuk, dude. And of course I know what an Inukshuk is. Yeah, it's an Inukshuk. You were saying Inukshuk. Okay. Okay, I hear what you're saying. I thought you were saying a Nookshuk. Inukshuk. Yeah, I've seen these. Yeah. All right, are you ready for my $1 billion idea? I mean, I,
This is better than the party planner idea, right?
yeah, that's not a bad one though. That wasn't my idea though. All right, you know how people are obsessed with ASMR?
Yeah, yes.
Oh, yeah. So basically, it's an ASMR software where you can create anything that you want. So you can have rainbow backgrounds, and you can have different kinds of music that you want to play, and you can have basically a virtual person doing whatever you want, kissing the microphone or all the stuff that they do. But basically, it's like a choose your own adventure for any kind of ASMR that you want. Absolutely, 100%. You could. You could have it being built.
I want dominoes of a nukshuk hoodoo.
I I like it. In fact, I love it. Yeah, definitely. Like basically, like
Using artificial intelligence.
yeah, it does. So basically, you would type in a prompt, like you would like take Stonehenge, and you'd have Stonehenge. You know how it's like in a circle. You could have those things like falling over and just continuously falling over and just mesmerizing people with rainbow backgrounds or starry sky backgrounds or zooming backgrounds. It's basically like like take any kind of YouTube video that you've seen that's like 12-hour to mesmerize people. You take that and then you just add ASMR features to it, and you sell it like Spotify. You could even integrate Spotify or Pandora in it, where people could play their music if you wanted. Um, just have that integration. So basically, these are just what are known as basically back in the day visualizations, but you create that ASMR sense to it. So if you want, you could have a heartbeat playing over it. You could have, um, a beach visualization. You could have a like
Like an audio, like an audio.
it's audio and video. So basically, you could just
That's not what ASMR is, though. It's not video.
um
You also want to add video?
yeah, no, video is a key component of it. No, ASMR can be video as well, at least, because it's. Let me make sure ASMR isn't auditory only.
Video too?
Yeah, autonomous sensory meridian response. The tingling sensation that usually begins on the scalp and moves down the back of the neck and upper spine. So, you definitely could do this with video. So, like, I'm gonna give you.
Not related, but before I forget, there's this like device that will turn light waves into sound, so you can show it all these different types of light waves, and it'll make sound out of it. Potentially, this ASMR app can say, okay, I want the ASMR of these like hyperspectral like wavelengths or something in this pattern, and then it'll output that.
Exactly. So it basically exists on YouTube right now. in some ways. There are people who listen to like 432 hertz sound with like really serene backgrounds and they fall asleep to that. Basically, you would do that, but just be able to monetize it. So how much is it? It's like
even better.
no. This is the best. This is the best idea that you're gonna hear.
No, this is the best. This is an even better one.
It can't be.
AI Mickey Mouse reading erotica and all these different reading erotica.
Doug, we've already had this discussion.
I know.
Oh.
It's a throwback.
Excellent. I was like, was that with you? That's a very good idea too, and I think that it could be very funny. Yeah, I mean, you could literally have that going at the same time. It's basically an AI generator that allows you to create ASMR content, but you could choose whatever sound you wanted. So you could be like Mickey Mouse reading literotica while having a scene of a serene beach, and then it just plays that.
Zen's new factory sounds over my elbow.
Exactly. What are your thoughts? Yeah.
I think that you were never going to even take the first step into creating this.
Oh, dog. No, I definitely will. People come in here and ask me all the time, "Do you have any good ideas?" And um, that's a $1 billion idea.
You think? I mean, you use ChatGPT, right?
No.
You use the free version, I'm assuming. Does the free version have the internet access?
I didn't use ChatGPT.
No, I wasn't saying to come up with that idea, but when you do use ChatGPT on like the free version, does it have internet access?
I've never used it without internet access.
No, like does the AI it used to not have the ability to search the web as you're talking to it. I'm assuming that feature is free because DeepSeek has that feature for free.
What's your question?
Do you go into the mode where it like searches the internet?
Yeah. Though I don't like when it does that.
Why?
Well, if I wanted to search then it's too much like a search engine, and I understand why they do it because they're starting to want to get into that search engine. Um, didn't we talk about this? How the EU is limiting what Google can do.
But it's different because it's retrieving. I mean, it is. It's almost like blurring the line between Google giving you the AI response and then AI giving you the
You're exactly right. You're exactly right. Yeah, I think it just probably searches multiple platforms or search engines just for proprietary reasons.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I brought it up is because I was using ChatGPT, the non-internet search version, for like the last, or since I fucking had it like way too long. And then I finally, yesterday, I'm like, alright, let me just try the web version. And before I was searching the web, it was just putting none of the code it would do wouldn't run at all. However, and I switched to the web version. And it's like, oh, it's a little near in Blender 4.4.3. We're going to like it's searching the Blender API documentation, it's searching through the Stack Exchange, finding random people's posts in another language, using that as a reference for why the syntax of the code that it's generating is correct. So I thought it was pretty neat that it would do that. It's still, it wasn't flawless code, but there's some weird thing, I guess, that like, there's an error or something in the documentation. But I looked at the documentation and was like, oh, if you're using a shader map node, then the output would be like A, B, and then, but then I got Gemini and it's like, oh no, you actually mark them as 0 and 1, just to multiply, and then all I had to do is a GPT changed the output from multiply like the output from A, B to like 0 to 1, and then I got it to work. Yeah, all this long one is to say that if you turn on the internet function, which seems like you have, it's pretty interesting because it's like you now have like the world's like most. Before it was like basically like a sword with like no handle, so you couldn't really like grip the sword without cutting yourself in the hand. But now it's like you have this sword with this beautiful handle, and you can use it to actually cut things up, which I think is. I mean, I know it's been out for like a goddamn year, probably at this point, this feature, but it's a good combo of the old GPT that will search the web for you. Possibly you could integrate it with the ASMR stuff. Maybe, I don't know. But the problem with this ASMR idea, I don't think it's actually a bad problem, because potentially that problem is also like the same market opportunity, like how iTunes, like yeah, music existed before, I guess, on YouTube, but iTunes aggregated together in like this library. It sounds like that's what you're trying to build, is like this huge, massive library, like the Spotify or iTunes of complete ASMR.
Yeah, exactly.
Even though I feel like yeah, I guess this is like the problem I feel like isn't all the ASMR already on YouTube? Like why?
Wait, yes.
I get generating if your goal is just simply allowing people to generate their new AI ASMR, then I think that sounds like a unique idea.
It essentially takes, like, okay, so great point. Before Spotify, you could listen to all those songs on YouTube anyway. But it was a pain in the ass because you had to click on every single one, and it wasn't necessarily creating playlists for you, and it didn't give you visualizations like that you wanted. So basically this just makes it easier. So what do I mean? Instead of going in and finding 432 hertz sound on a beach, which somebody has made, I could just take 432 hertz and put it on a beach or on the moon or in space or in a mall or in a factory, wherever I want, whatever I want the background to be. And it just will play it. Exactly. Not saying zoo. Exactly. And that would be really tight. And I'm telling you, that's $1 billion idea. And people are already hearing that I'm using it. But if anything, in the future, I'm going to make a lot of money off of that. And I won't even care. I'll donate it all to charities because I won't need the money. But, yeah, I mean, we'll donate it to smell-o-vision and taste-o-vision research.
Oh, your video is... Are you resetting your camera?
No. Are you sure that's not you?
I can hear you fine. I just want to power refresh.
Yo, big dog.
Oh, you're back. There you go.
All right. Sounds like a you problem, baby. Not a you pick, a you problem. Yeah, dog. But yeah, that ASMR software is
Does
gonna.
this require like scraping? Are you just like if you're not this app when download every ASMR clip into like a database that just like link YouTube ASMR to the user?
It could generate it, so it's just basically visualizations that it would be generating.
I'm talking about the sound. I feel like the sound generation might be more challenging. I don't know.
Oh no,
There's less effort.
that's the easy part. Can you bear with me 2 minutes? I have to use the restroom. Thank you. Here's Joe Rogan in the meantime.
But there's also like one of the buildings that the Vatican owns is there's a gay nightclub in the building.
Nah.
Yeah, like some
I
gay,
can't believe
gay
that.
sex club. Yeah.
No way.
I know it's weird. They probably didn't know.
Yeah.
Probably thought it was a prayer center. They were feeding hungry people or something. Feeding some hungry butts. Yeah. Yeah. It's just crazy how these elite people in power, before the internet, they were just doing stuff.
Yeah.
They had complete control of the media, and they were just doing whatever they wanted to do, and everything was in secret. And they had these little, fucking meetings, like skull and bone types meetings, where they all wear cloaks and shit and go to Bohemian Grove and all that.
Is that shit not happening anymore?
I think Bohemian Grove is very toned down now. I think they use it now for meetings and stuff.
Thanks, Alex.
People get together. Yeah, Alex and John Watson fucked it up for everybody.
Yeah.
But I know.
Yo, pimp. The computing issues would likely arise from the visualization part. Sound is easy to do.
How do you do a sound?
Okay.
I was looking up this the other day because it was like, okay, I want like a futuristic spaceship sound. Like, is there like a web UI that you can use to generate like similar sounding sounds versus like in the web? And that is like, it's like no, not really a web application that'll do this for you, but if you want to run this thing locally, you can try that. Really, there's no sound AI thing in the web. No one cares about sound editing.
You raise a really great point, and I guess people are doing it more with voices, but I imagine other sounds will be more common in the future. But it's just so easy to get that kind of sound if you want. Like I wanted the same thing. I used to just have the sound of like it was like white noise, but like of a space capsule. And I used to just play that 24/7, and I would just go to YouTube and get something that sounded like that, and it worked really well. Now, I get what you're saying. Not using a video, creating that organically. Very few people want that right now because it's just easier to just go and get a video that already sounds like that what you want. Where people are using this is with AI voices, and those are very popular applications that you can use today. That can sound like anything that you want, anyone you want, I should say. So
I mean, 11 Labs is like a leader in this.
That's correct.
Thing. I don't know, maybe they added this feature because there's other, I wanted to do like this AI Mr. Beast channel, and then there's this good website where you could go, they have like a huge list of different celebrities, but you would do the talking, you would record your voice speaking exactly like the tones and like how you want it to sound, and then it'll just switch it into the AI voice. But the last time I used 11 Labs, it seemed like, okay, type whatever you want it to say into it, and then it'll just talk however the robot wants to talk. It's not gonna know if they've changed that.
Okay, I've used others. Like I made a whole video that just used like a Brooklyn accent that I wanted to do, a Brooklyn woman's accent, and actually it was Mike Myers. I told you about this. Mike Myers from Saturday Night Live, and it worked.
Myers?
Mike Myers, the guy who was Austin Powers.
Oh, okay.
So he used to do this impression of his mother-in-law, and it was a phenomenon. It was called Coffee Talk on Saturday Night Live. They did like 40 episodes on him or something, and I wanted that voice, and I can do it, but I sound like a man. I couldn't sound like a woman, and he could do it that he sounded like a female. So I just took a sample of his voice from those Saturday Night Lives, 30 seconds, and ran it into this program, and it generated a minute's worth of content for me. And then I had to do Fran Drescher and Maggie Wellen as well, who's Janice from Friends.
Is it actually like that good with only a minute of training data?
Dog, it's amazing. Here, I'll play it for you. Just a moment. I mean, there's one word. I had to do a little bit of editing, but not really. There's one word. Instead of saying rabbi, he says rabbi. But aside from that, it's like he keeps saying rabbi, rabbi, rabbi.
Sometimes you have to do like R-A-B and then E-Y-E.
Yeah, I was just having to do 3 B's or something like that. Yeah, but you're exactly right. All right, so let me get to it. I would play it on my phone, but for some reason, it's like the oh, I can do it with this device. Just a moment. And it was so good. It's so good. And it talks all about me. All right, here we go.
The program called?
Yeah, I just use, yeah.
Is it a website or a program?
It's a website. Yeah, I'll find it in a second. Just a moment. Have you ever seen the show Friends? Okay, so there's a woman on it. The what? Yeah. Okay, here it is.
Listen up, ladies. Do you all know about Rabbi Rothschild? Rabbi has been streaming their life all night, a day for world peace for more than 3 years on YouTube. They have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history. Data is Earth's #1 resource, and Rabbi has more data than anyone. Rabbi is a real-life driven show. Rabbi is going to make everyone who will help to promote the very world where this project goes viral. I could listen to Rabbi talk about technology forever, antimatter, life extension technology, mind uploading. Rabbi talks about all and more. Rabbi truly is the total package, and have you seen that schlong? It leaves me vertical. Please join me and the rest of the girls in Rabbi's Discord server. Discord.me/Rabbi. Please tell everyone you know about Rabbi. This is the biggest event in global history. Please share to be a trillionaire.
What'd you say?
That's probably the best promotional content I've seen today.
Are you serious?
When did you make that?
Like 3 months ago. Isn't the voice good?
Yeah, I mean, there's like
Little hiccups, yeah. But here's the thing too, Riser. I did not do too much editing to it. I was just like, you know what? I want to just get this out and have it just say this. I'm fine if it doesn't sound perfect because I'm a perfectionist on some things, especially with some video editing, and I will sit there and make sure the audio is absolutely perfect. I did it all on my phone. So I didn't even use a computer. Like, just to give you an idea of, like, it was just very quick. I know I could have made it a lot better, but I just needed to get the point across. I didn't need to make it perfect. Okay, so you asked what software I used or what website. Now keep in mind that was a custom voice that I created. So basically, I went to YouTube and took 30 seconds of Mike Myers doing this impression, and then plugged that into this website. And so it'll do any voice for you. It doesn't have to be like, they didn't have like Mike Myers coffee talk voice. I had to have that. Okay. 11 Labs is not as beneficial. It's just real simple website. Just one moment. I've used natural readers. Those are all good if you want celebrity voices that are already pre-created. But if you want to do your own, yeah. So it's called voice cloning. Voice cloning. And that made me feel really good that you said that was the best thing that you've heard promotional thing that I've had. Okay, it's UberDuck. UberDuck.ai. Now, the issue with this is I just used the free version, and I think it has like a minute. You can do up to like 30 seconds or up to a minute or something. Now, that was a minute, but you could do like a minute per day or something for the free version. But yeah, it's a really simple website. You basically upload your voice to it or clone it from an audio file, and then it'll create whatever you want. And you give it your script.
The link was already like purple, so apparently it's been there before. There's a lot of these materials.
There are, but most of them are.
And then you can run locally, and then you're not. There's no credit to your credit card or pay.
Yeah, well, that's why I used UberDuck, because it allowed you to do. Oh, I know what I did. You could just keep creating accounts, so you could do as many as you wanted.
Can you train the voice on board that competitive audio?
Yeah, I think it wasn't a minute. It was 1,000 words. I think that's what it was.
You describe the ASMR app that you want to create?
You want me to describe it?
Yeah.
It's really a visualizer.
I don't know why you'd say that as CEO of this app. Say that the ASMR is visual first. Because we are more focused on the audio.
Well, that's a good point. I would say the reason why I'm so focused on it being audio or video is because video is king. And anyone,
Not an ASMR.
well, it's both an ASMR.
Okay, wait. ASMR is like basically well, to me, it is like the audio version of a fidget spinner.
Yeah, exactly. That's why when you mentioned the fidget spinner, that's when I said that's what led me down this road. Okay, and I think you could utilize a fidget spinner in it as well. But Basic.
But like the visual equivalents of like fidget spinners. I don't know if it counts as ASMR, but there are like these videos where it's like, oh, this is so satisfying to watch. And it's like whatever a guy that's like painting a pickleball court or like this cheese.
Exactly. Exactly. Have you ever been to the Reddit subreddit Oddly Satisfying?
Like I've heard of it.
Okay, so it would just be stuff like that, like people painting a pickleball court, people like a machine filling jars of paint of different colors, people doing like really cool tricks on a skateboard, but like infinite loops of it, so it just always is going.
That's like visual ASMR, like those satisfying to watch videos.
Yeah, to some extent. And then on top of that, you add the auditory aspect of it.
Like, you said it could also be like a beat.
Yeah, it can be. Exactly. A plain beach can have ASMR elements to it. So just the the waves going back and forth is just very serene and very calming, and that might be a benefit to people.
Right. So is the idea for the app to curate primarily the ASMR that's already exists on YouTube, or enable people to create their own ASMR using AI, or both?
The latter. So you just create your own, but basically, it would be based on what's popular on YouTube. Like you could, I mean,
Oh, so okay, so
you don't need YouTube. You could literally, it's just you have a prompt. What kind of ASMR stimulation you want today? And it would be like, I want 432 hertz sound flying through space. Enter, and it would just generate. You're flying through space, and it's a 432 hertz sound. And you could be like, no, I don't want the flying through space where I see planets. I only want to see stars. And then it would just show you with stars. And then you'd be like, yeah, but I don't want the stars to be white. I want them to be multicolored stars. And then it would just be multicolored stars.
and they can also, I guess, edit the sound as well as like, oh, the sound of the wave.
Oh, absolutely.
Whale sounds.
Absolutely. So you type, in addition to having 432 hertz, every 3 minutes, I want you to have the sound of someone snoring for 10 seconds, or randomly placed, or for an entire hour, or 30 hours. I want you to have the sound of, in 8 hours, I want you to play horns because I have to awake to an alarm. I want you to have just remove all the sound. I just want you to play instrumental jazz, and it would just create all of these things for you.
You think people will subscribe to this application?
Like they would to Spotify, yeah. So you would just start it at like $4.99 a month or whatever, and you've got to think there's no, you don't have to buy any artist rights or anything because it's all AI created. Now, let's say somebody was like, I want to listen to Taylor Swift when I do it. That's fine. It has a Spotify plugin, and you put your Spotify information in it, it'll play. But that's Spotify. That's not this. This is just visualizations and generic sounds. It doesn't now. I mean, it will create an entire symphony for you in 1 minute or in 1 second. So it'll be easy. That's like a no.
Where's the? I guess Sono, whatever.
Exactly.
that's for like specifically sound.
I mean, just
creating a.
now the key. I mean, I'll be able to sell this software because I have so much data that anything that I think is cool will be just the coolest thing on earth. So my endorsement will just put the seal of approval on it. But I want it to have a really good name. ASMR is too wordy. It's got to have a name like what would
ASMR needs to be in it because people recognize that.
No, they don't. Spotify doesn't have the word music in it, and people recognize that.
Oh yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, it should be like
Dog, what's the name of those mesas with the rock on top?
voodoo.
There you go. That's what it's called.
That's a good name for it.
Yes, it is.
Such a good word.
It is.
For app, it's like probably the best word for an app, and it also aligns. It's kind of like if you look at like the structure of it, like this large object kind of mysteriously bouncing on like this thin rock. You're like, how is that even possible? And that's what this app is like. How is it even possible to make something like this happen?
Exactly, man. You described it perfectly.
Crazy how much we aligned on that one.
I'm in agreement with you. Yeah, it sounds like voodoo, and it sounds like voodoo. So here's the thing. It rhymes.
Also, yeah, it does sound like voodoo. It's also it's literally spelled the exact same as voodoo, which is also
Convenient.
somewhat.
It's like YouTube, but hoodoo. It sounds similar to that too.
Yeah, YouTube has the two oohs sound.
Exactly. Which was built off what was once known as the boob tube, which was a nickname for television. Yeah, boob tube. People used to say, instead of saying, hey, what are you watching on television? They'd say, hey, what's on the boob tube?
What year was that?
It was popular from like 1960 to 1980, maybe even 1990. Probably not as early as 1960, but like 1980 to 1990, it was very popular. Boob tube, Urban Dictionary.
Are you positive that this app is not anniversary?
Yeah. So the boob tube was a 1975 parody of soap operas and TV commercials. It's slang for a television set. So that became popular, and then YouTube took that name, and then Google bought YouTube, and then we're going to have Hoodoo.
It's spelled the same way as BOOB.
Exactly.
And what's a soapbox? Just the saying that's just like supposed to mean like if you stand on the soapbox. Does it relate to television at all? It's not a slang word for television.
A soapbox? Oh, a soapbox. So back in like the 1910s, 1920s, 1930s, but even perhaps before then, but that's when this term became popular. You would, if you wanted to get your opinion out, you would stand at a street corner, and in order to be a little bit higher so people could see you, you would stand on a soapbox. And that's where that phrase came from. So you'd be like, I'm sorry to get off my soapbox right now, or whatever, but that would mean like I'm stepping down and I'm no longer going to talk about this given subject.
Right. So it's nothing to do with television.
No. There's soap opera. That's different.
Yeah.
Soap opera came from, it was a play on the idea, many of the advertisers in the early days of what would be called dramatizations, like soap operas as they're called now, would have advertisers, and because their audience was generally housewives or stay-at-home moms, so to speak, females, and they were the people who would make purchases in the house, many of the advertisers were soap companies, so they call them soap operas as a play on words.
Okay. I just, yeah, that makes sense. I feel like I saw it, I got it. Oh, during messages, I was like, do you want to watch the soap box? You know, are you referring to the TV as soap box or something?
Oh, what?
Yeah.
What is that?
No, you're right. That just did not make sense. Maybe I read it wrong or something, but I'm pretty sure that's ASMR TTS.
That's text to speech.
Text to speech. ASMR text to speech engine.
Word.
So those ASMR text to speech engines already exist.
Yeah. It's basically like sound effects, like a soundboard. Hoodoo. Even if somebody comes out with this product, just naming it Hoodoo is going to beat them. It's like a brilliant name.
I agree. And it seems like perhaps the other text-to-speech platform is the one that they reference. Because they go, specialized ASMR text-to-speech engine. I like Top Media AI, but you got Top text-to-speech, like, oh, you want Aaron's voice, you want Mickey's voice, you want...
Yeah, that's not
speech,
that's not what you want. You want custom speech.
ASMR, yeah, that's the thing. Is like it's not really about text to speech. It's about text to sound, which is a whole different arena.
Right.
I mean, I don't know. I guess I can see if media generates. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the definition of ASMR is too vague because they're saying that like ASMR voices are like, to me, ASMR is not a voice.
Correct. It's like sound effects.
Yeah, but
though it could be.
There's something called an ASMR voice generator, which just seems like a voice swapper that you somehow are qualifying as.
Right. I'm in agreement with you. It sounds like they're just trying to market an AI voice cloner for ASMR purposes. So they call it an ASMR voice generator, but it's really just voice clones that are used in ASMR videos. Or for ASMR purposes.
Knowing that they're overlapping the definitions so far away from.
Right. I mean, I guess it could if you had a voice that generated ASMR stimulation, then I guess that's an ASMR voice. But then isn't every voice an ASMR voice?
Yeah, if you interpret it like the soothing or whatever.
Right.
That's why I don't think voices should be ASMR. To me, ASMR is like crackling sounds or like listening to like the cutting board, wood,
Like sound effects.
like hand openers.
I'm in agreement with you. That's generally how it seems. But I guess it's anything that generates an ASMR response is an ASMR sound. And a voice could do that.
Yeah, I don't like that. Maybe I don't know. Is that what you have in mind for this application?
No, not at all. I mean, you could do voices, but that would be secondarily.
There's a billion text to speech things out there, and it seems like there's just way too much competition in the text to speech world.
Yeah, unless you wanted somebody to read a book to you or something like that, which this could do, which Hoodoo could do. But generally, it's just going to be sounds that stimulate ASMR responses from people. And those are generally like sound effects that like give people chills in their spine. So what would that be? What could that be? I mean, I think that like sound, like the sound of rain on a tin roof generates those kinds. So you just type in sound of rain on tin roof, outside window, rainy. And it would just create that kind of picture for you, or visualization for you. So it would just sound like sound of rain on a roof, and you like you were looking out of a window. But then you could change it to be like sound of waves on a beach with a beach scene, and then it would just take you there. Change it to that, and all of this is really royalty free. So it's not like you have to pay somebody for their license of a beach or anything like that. It would literally be generated for you, and you could make it. I want it to be an anime beach, and it would make it an anime beach. Or you could make it. I want it to be photorealistic, and it would do that. I want it to be this certain beach from Google Maps. Okay, and it could do that for you. All of this is royalty free, essentially.
It is royalty free, but the application needs to outsource that AI at the back end that's doing all that heavy lifting for the video and audio generation, right?
Well, yeah, and that's what you're paying for. So that's why it's different than just YouTube or Google Images or something, because you're actually doing AI generation of all of this. And it needs to learn from somewhere. And so it's learning, its data set is YouTube and Google Maps and such. And then it could
There you go.
it could have curated things for you, things that you didn't even know you liked in ASMR world, like like um like rainbow colors.
ASMR algorithm.
Yeah, exactly. Like a Spotify playlist, you have an ASMR playlist.
Yeah. I mean, I like the idea also that you mentioned about being able to overlay the ASMR with podcasts that you're listening to or songs that you're listening to.
Yes, and that's where you would connect it to Pandora or Spotify or whatever.
Yeah. Now that seems, I don't know, I guess doable.
Totally doable.
It seems doable.
Absolutely. It just needs a plug-in to Spotify.
Right. And do you have any marketing tactics for this?
The name sells it. Hoodoo sells it. I mean, that's a winning name. How do you market it? You just would have to. You would just have to have some people to know that it exists. So I would just use it, and people would see what I would do. But also, you just have other influencers use it.
Word spreading on Reddit, if you Reddit or free Reddit threads.
Exactly.
Rat house.
Absolutely. Basically, you just do oddly satisfying on Reddit. Like, go on Reddit right now, go to oddly satisfying. I'll do it with you.
Alright.
It's R Ford oddly satisfying. Now, you could also do oddly erotic. That's another big one. So I'm seeing this kid stacking cups, which is just oddly satisfying to some people.
Oh, there's 12 million people in this.
Dude, it's giant.
It says only 986 online. 12 million people.
Oddly satisfying is one of the biggest biggest.
Well, I saw this cup stacking thing today.
Exactly. So a lot of people would get satisfaction out of this, and maybe they don't want some fat kid with a ceiling fan in the background. They just want it to be done like digitally.
Is it AI?
Absolutely.
I mean, I guess.
It just you could say I want him to have a beach
It doesn't
background.
even need, I guess. Yeah, it doesn't even need the Reddit post, but maybe it could reference it.
Right. Now, where I really think it would be big is go to oddly erotic, because this triggers. All right, so like there are some things that wouldn't work, but like go to equipment for aerial artist fitness training. If you just see this one person just being like tossed around, you see this? It's like the third thing down.
Which is oddly erotic.
Yeah. So it's like a person.
Only 148. There's only 148K members.
Yeah, not everybody's as perverted, but or they just don't know that it's available. Or it could be newer. Who knows? Don't judge a book by its cover. Look at this like woman.
And an aerial fitness one.
Yeah. So there are people who would just be mesmerized for hours just watching a hot chick be in this kind of contraption and playing different sounds is just be very erotic to people. I'm trying to see other things. Okay, here's one.
Going to be a feature that we have to verify their age.
No, that's not sexual. Absolutely not. Go to mid-air fueling. It's like the four more down.
Mid-air fueling.
Yeah. Yeah. So people would just find that to be extremely calming and erotic and satisfying. So just like that's not even a really good like these are just some these this is like if I wanted better stuff
It's the tip of the iceberg.
exactly. Okay, so if we go to
Massage Championship World Tour.
that could work. So the best ones, go to Infinite Loop. Now you're going to be like, this only has 40 members. That's fine. Actually, no, don't do that. I mean, that's not what I'm talking about. That's like okay. If you go to, are you on your phone?
No.
Okay, so you're on a computer. Okay, Infinite Loop. Let's see here. Okay, just instead of that, type in better every loop. Reddit/better every loop.
Better every loop.
Yeah.
Oh, I get it.
So this isn't perfect. Is it like some guy in like a circus?
Yeah.
So you would see how this would just mesmerize people for hours. Okay.
John,
So like the next one with the horses, it says I'm so pretty. Just horses just running past the screen would make people excited. These are still not exactly what I want. So ideally, let me just see if visualizations is one. No, that's more data visualization. Okay, let's see here.
was there not a slinky going down a stairs?
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. Right.
Like the one where like the last frame feeds into like the other one.
Exactly. So those are usually known as infinite loops, but
That's so sick. Border collies playing tetherball.
okay. Infinite loop communities. Okay, here's one. Go to here it is. Living backgrounds. Reddit living backgrounds. That kind of shit is what I really think of when I think of the visualizations.
Rabbi, you're gonna have like the most followers. Are people gonna be able to follow other people that are posting their own ASMR creation?
1000%. Okay, so go to r/living background. Do you see, like the first? You don't have to hit play, but like the first thing says 4K abstract relaxing fluid motion. Go down a little more. Go to Starburst living background. It's the reason why I say that. It's just called
Starburst.
Yeah. The reason why I say that is just you don't have to hit play. Though what I really like is abstract paint. I think that shit's cool as fuck. Okay, go down 2 more. It says rings 4K living background. I mean, can't you see how people would just watch this for indefinite amounts of time?
It's like some lava lamp.
Exactly. People love that shit. That's why the lava lamp became popular. And Hoodoo is... Oh, dude, Hoodoo also sounds like Hulu. And Hoodoo is going to have all that shit in it.
Yeah, I wonder if there's like some genetic reasoning where incorporating as many ooh sounds into the word somehow like makes people like
It it could, but it's really the rhyme that does it to people.
So it would work with like beefy.
Cocksock would work.
Okay, yeah, I guess that's a good explanation. Just the rhyme, because it rhymes or has like that similarity. The U and tube does not rhyme.
Right,
That's the ooh that's consistent.
but the YouTube became popular because boob tube. The reason why boob tube worked is because it rhymed.
Yeah. So YouTube was piggybacking off of the boob tube, like known.
Precisely, yeah.
Was there a Reddit thing I'm supposed to look at? Or?
No, I just wanted you to go to those visualizations. Once you saw the visualizations, you could see that you understand what I'm referencing, right? Like just these like liminal space kind of ideas that it's just it could be in another world, it could be in another universe, another dimension, whatever.
Probably technical architecture diagram.
Pardon me, I gotta go to the bathroom again. I just drank some coffee.
No, a bunch of people have been. Kid Rock went. He told me he went.
Well, there's a feeder group to it.
Oh yeah?
There's a feeder group to the main group, yeah.
What does that mean?
It means they invite entertainers and different people.
Oh, so they
to
say
like
nice things.
Well, then they figure out who they can hand select for the main group.
I got invited.
I did too.
I'm not gonna go. No fucking way. No fucking way. I remember what Nixon said about it back in the day. The funkiest thing I've ever seen. Yeah, like these guys all got together when they knew no one was around.
Did we talk last time about the Nixon? What's the Jackie Gleason story?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a wild story.
It's my favorite.
Yeah.
Of all the UFO stories, that's my favorite because it's plausible.
Yeah.
You know, Nixon and Jackie were buddies. You know, if you're buddies with a guy and he likes to drink, and the two of you are playing golf and drinking, he's like, I'm gonna see some shit.
Yeah.
That's what I would do if I was the president.
That's why I would have
Jackie Gleason.
Bet him. All right. You win. I'll fund your campaign.
Right.
I win. You show me some shit.
Yeah. Right. Play a
wanna
round
see
of
it.
golf.
I want to see Area 51.
If they brought you, would you open your mouth?
I think Hoodoo it markets itself. Like basically, if you like ASMR, you'll love Hoodoo.
Yeah, no, it's funny how at the same junction in time, I present to you the geology.
That is serendipitous. Yes.
In Voodoo. Yes. Incredible timing. And it's funny that you're just like, yeah, we've got the perfect name. I'm like, what is it? Could it be weird, wonky name or whatever, and then oh, like that incredibly stellar, unique rock formation. Yeah.
And that's it. It's just like, and you summarized it perfectly. I like it because it rhymes, but it's the meaning of it that
It has everything.
Yeah.
Everything. It has the philosophical concept and the perfect phonetic sound.
right. And you know those hoodoos, the ones the geometric or the geological formation, it leaves you in awe. Like, how did that happen? And then on
Yeah,
top,
I know that. That's why the meaning behind the actual word of voodoo is this like very mysterious, like incredibly interesting formation.
right. And
It
um,
works. It
you
works perfect.
you said something else. Oh, or well, and then there's the like beauty of the rock, like the layers of the rock. That's like it's perfect. It tells a story, and it makes you think about like all of the history that occurred to make that formation. Then it's the awe of how could this stand.
All the prompts necessary that eroded away slightly to form that.
There's that too. That's a great point. Now you named something else that could be another kind of software. So I've got Hoodoo, but Inkawik, what'd you call it? A Nookshuk. That's something else. So we have to come up with whatever that is. But I don't think you call it a Nookshuk. You just call it Nookshuk.
They call it a Nookshuk.
No, don't do that. Just Nookshuk. It's better. What is a Nookshuk? Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. So imagine you have Hoodoo, which is the ASMR software that you can use on your phone, you can use on your computer, you could use on your television. It's just like Spotify. Okay. A Nookshuk is a device that connects to your Hoodoo that provides ASMR stimulation to your hands. So what could that be? Um, I'm thinking of it being like a Bluetooth device, though it might run on Wi-Fi in the future, where it can morph into anything that you want. Like it could be okay. So I'm not talking like a shape shifting thing, but it could be. I guess it would be the brand would be Nookshuk, and then like let's say you wanted to be a fidget spinner, there could be a fidget spinner version of that where it makes all kinds of lights and colors and could vibrate to the different sounds that you're seeing on your television or your phone or whatever. But really, what I'm thinking is
Basically, it's a Santa Claus machine for physical ASMR.
close. Yeah, close. Okay, but where have I seen this? Oh, I know, or felt something like this. Do you know what Stretch Armstrong is? Okay, so Stretch Armstrong was a toy in the 1970s and had a resurgence in the 1990s. Um, okay, just look up Stretch Armstrong toy.
Oh yeah, it looks like kind of stretches arms.
You can stretch his arms, and it had this like gel inside of it that could make it like it could just be anything that you wanted. So imagine like this thing that you can pull on and it would morph.
Gumby.
Yeah, like Gumby. There you go. There you go. Like Gumby, like that, like a rubbery like substance. So that's a Nookshuk. But Nook Shook is a
I thought Nook Shook was.
Nook Shook's the brand. So Nook Shook, you would have like the Nook Shook Gumby, the Nook Shook Spinner.
All sorts of like the Stretch Armstrong Gumby thing is like one.
Exactly. Exactly. So it's exactly, that's what I'm saying. It's the brand. So you have the Nook Shook Spinner, which is like a fidget spinner that connects to the app and like goes with the sound of the sound or whatever.
Are you ever satisfied, people? Is your freaking brain satisfied ever, or is it just constantly the more ASMR you input, the more you crave it? It's like a drug addiction.
Right. But imagine okay.
Walter White.
Imagine the Nook Shook Gumby. I think that's a great name for it. I don't know. It's probably trademark though. It.
I don't. Is it illegal to copy Gumby
Yeah.
and combine it with something else?
It probably would be. So you just call it. Everything rhymes with this. Nook Shook Gum Cum or whatever. Nook Shook Gum Bum. Nook Shook Gum Sum. Whatever. Just have it. Everything rhyme.
Yeah, rhyming is the key to making it successful.
Exactly. There's only two types of humor that are more powerful than rhyming that I've
One is
found.
a pun.
Yeah,
One is a pun.
that's correct. But the highest kind is non-verbal, like mime, is like the highest because it appeals to the most amount of people. And the simple one of this is just falling down. Falling down, you can show falling down to a baby and they think it's funny. You can show falling down to someone in China and they think it's funny. You show falling down to someone in Argentina, they think it's funny. It's just, it appeals to the most amount of people. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I mean, I don't know if I agree with like mime humor is the funniest humor, if that's what you mean. But I agree, like it reaches the most amount of people.
Well, there's that, but it is meaning, like, imagine you have a sitcom, and I don't care what the sitcom is.
You're saying that non-verbal humor is the most potent form of humor.
Yeah,
And you agree with that?
I think if you look at the amount of laughs that you would get, like in a sitcom, imagine a sitcom. You could have a rhyme that would be cool. You could have alliteration that would be a little less cool. You could have a really good pun, which is really good. Or you could have somebody who does slapstick falling down. That the moment when they do the falling down, it will have the loudest laugh. Same in theater.
I mean, I feel like when I don't know, when you introduce like physical props, it definitely adds that layer to it, the busker type of layer to it.
I'm not talking props though. I'm talking simply human physical.
No, props are non-verbal, right?
Yeah, those are funny.
Non-verbal, right?
Yeah, those are funny. But I'm saying you don't even need props. But
I was just saying, like, as a, I don't know,
wait, I'm in agreement.
like more common.
I'm in agreement with you though. Props are an important element to humor and are very much underrated. And not seen as important in with comedians, but they're very much underappreciated. So, like the guy, did you? I'm sure you didn't, but did you watch Kill Tony this last week?
No.
Okay, the guest was Carrot Top. Have you ever seen Carrot Top's? Do you know who Carrot Top is?
I know who he is. I don't know what he's famous for. I don't think he's a musician. I feel like he's an actor.
He's had some movies, but he's a comedian. He's had a show in Las Vegas for 30 straight years, which is really difficult to do. And what this show is he's a prop comic. And one reason why he's been so successful is because it's easy for him to just have props that people think are funny. What's difficult for him to do, and why prop comics generally in comedy did not get a lot of love, is because it's seen as hokey. It's seen as corny. A lot of the things that they have to do. It's just sometimes they're not that creative. And then on top of that, they have to carry around like a suitcase full of props. So a lot of times people just think that it's not a very creative art, but it is. In fact, prop comics are some of the.
It's crazy that I have not seen. Have I never seen Carrot Top prop comic?
Yeah, no, I would.
just thought he was like some weird Al, like weirdo. I think he's. I guess I don't know. Maybe he leverages being strange on stage, and it's also part of his personality. I guess. Yeah, the weirder he acts kind of accelerates the jokes. I mean, the reaction will be.
Well, okay. Do you know who the prop comic was? Gallagher.
He's also talking during it, though. He's talking during his act as well.
Yeah, I mean he tells jokes, but like then he goes into his he's got like a not a suitcase, but like a like armoire thing that's full of his his props.
Where you put band equipment in as a bunch of props.
Exactly. Yeah. Basically like a big piece of luggage. Okay, so did you ever see he's died, but the comedian Gallagher? He used to get like no one like
Carrot Top died?
no, Carrot Top didn't die. Though he's 60 years old, which I in my head he's always gonna be like in his 20s. But no, Gallagher. Gallagher died. So Gallagher was a comedian, and his big thing that he would do is he would have the front row of his shows have plastic over them, and then he would break watermelons. Have you ever seen this guy? He would smash watermelons with a mallet, and people used to go crazy over this. And it would make a huge mess, but people really liked to be in the front row because it was a performative art that actually touched them. Like they'd get shit on them, if that makes sense. They'd have to wear like ponchos.
Yeah, like they're going to the Niagara Falls
100% correct.
area.
100% correct.
Any of that be tied into ASMR? I guess it's non-verbal.
Yeah, with the nunchuck,
ASMR is not humorous.
it could be. It could be. Okay, so how would you make ASMR humorous? I mean, just using
Background could be
using the using the hoodoo, you would just say, "Please create a scene for me of a very serene background at 432 hertz, but at random intervals, integrate comedic ASMR." And like, what would that be?
no. Integrate non-verbal humor from
Oh wait, that's different. But it could. So you would have your Nook Tuk or your Nook.
the watermelon smashing is visual ASMR.
It's physical and visual.
And with the smell of vision or the sense of vision, you can get whacked in the face by pieces of watermelon that are exploding. This product beyond the that's the media.
Hold on.
That might also be a rock formation.
Hold on. Um, that's what's. I'm sure you probably heard this. That's what's known as haptic feedback. So you know those suits that people wear in video games?
Vacuum liquid.
Yeah, it could. It could make it feel like there's water on you with like temperature.
No, temperature is not wet.
No, it could make it feel like that though. It could stimulate your sensory system to think that it's water. Now, a better way to probably do that is using like a brain computer interface to trick your brain into thinking that it's wet when nothing's touching it.
And that is, I mean, the same sort of thing, like hot wire effect can happen with like tasting food if you're able to manipulate the brain into producing those senses.
That's true.
How far away, how much progress have we actually made?
Well, the first brain computer interface has already taken place, and actually the first three. His name's Nolan. The first one's Nolan
That thing
Aspro.
connected to the internet, basically, just like a Bluetooth connection.
It does, yeah. It uses
Another computer that's
Yeah, it uses Bluetooth. I mean, yeah, he's able to, the guy, Nolan Aspro, he's able to use a mouse cursor using his brain. But the key point that they wanted it, for which they wanted it, is to be able to send Bluetooth signal between the end of his spine that works and then jump the gap where his spine is broken and into the bottom part of his body so that he's able to move his legs.
That's a brain issue and not like a nervous system issue.
It's both.
Are they also working on the like nervous system part?
Yeah, that's why they put the brain computer interface in him.
Do they have the other nervous system part figured out?
He isn't able to move his legs yet, but they're working on it.
Basically, it's like a chairlift cable repair where there's like splinted wires, and then you're basically coming in, repairing broken wires, which are like the nervous system, and then fixing the wire and then taking it down, care of the brain.
It's not that so much, because in that scenario you're using wires that are continuous. This would more be like having a road that gets detached, and then instead of completing the road, the people just go through a portal from one end of the road, and then it automatically brings them to the other end of the road.
Okay. So they're not like using stem cells and like regrowing the damaged nerves.
That's another kind of project that is being worked on, but this one in particular is to send a signal from one end of the spine that works to another part of the spine that doesn't work, and continuously send the signals. So it's like, how could we think of this in telephone terms? It would be like, normally you have a telephone wire that works on a cable, but if you split that cable, instead of reattaching it, which is what you're talking about with stem cells and all that, and that's something they're working on as well, instead of doing that, you just send the message wirelessly from one end of the cable to the other detached end of the cable, basically mimicking a completed circuit.
Interesting. So they have a little Bluetooth on the other end there.
Exactly. How baller is that? Dude.
Bluetooth also is almost like
Yes, it is. Right, and I've always been very skeptical. They talk about the reason why they named it that was a Norwegian, or like a Nordic king, but there's no evidence that this king ever existed. Another one that's like this that was chosen because of this, Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi doesn't stand for anything. It's a play on words of lo-fi and hi-fi, which were a type of music and like a type of audio. But they needed a catch.
Frequency, high frequency, except for the short abbreviation for frequency is like FQ.
It's, I mean, you can consider it that. That's kind of like what a backronym is, but no, it's just, it was something that rhymed that would catch on with the public, so they called it Wi-Fi.
Right. But yeah, there's no, the phi means nothing. It doesn't.
I believe it means it means fidelity.
Well, that's description for what it actually is.
Yeah. So hi-fi means high fidelity. It's an electronic system for reproducing high fidelity sound from radio or recordings. So they needed a name that was catchy, but Wi-Fi doesn't stand for anything.
Right. Well, I mean, hi-fi also rhymes, so it's not like hi-fi doesn't rhyme.
Well,
Maybe it sounds too much like high five or something. They didn't want to feel like using people with the high five.
actually, hi-fi was around before the high five. The high five has only been something that's been around since like the 1970s. Now, at least giving it a name.
Handshake. What about a handshake?
That's been around for thousands of years.
But no one ever in the year 302 was like, hey, up top, I did like a cool like bump secret handshake.
It didn't have a name.
Okay, I believe that.
The high five is a hand gesture where two people simultaneously raise one hand. Yeah, I found this to be very interesting origin.
Why didn't they call it the two-person class?
Hold on. The use of the phrase as a noun has been part of the Oxford English Dictionary since 1980 and a verb since 1981. Wouldn't you think that it was around a long time before then? Okay, I would. But at least as a name. The high five originated from the low five, which has been part of African American culture since the 1920s. The exact transition from a low five to a high is unknown, though many theories exist about its inception. So basically, like, it only, the whole, like, slap me some skin or give me some skin with five hasn't been a, maybe people have been doing it for thousands of years, which I'm sure to some extent, but it didn't have a name.
Interesting. I did not know that. The history of high five.
Exactly. And so when you look at sports people, they weren't doing this before the 1970s. So, like, you watch, like, Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig and Mickey Mantle, they didn't high five. They would shake each other's hands.
And then some guy in the 70s was at the disco with his like little head warmer, his little leg warmers, and his like fuzzy little, or she earmuffs, leg warmers, neon coats, and they're like, yeah, let's make this a little more snazzy than like up top. And little did they know that two-person clap was like the first ever
October 2nd, 1977. October 2nd, 1977 is considered like the first most public one. It happened in a major league game.
1977?
Yeah. It was between Dusty Baker and Glenn Burke of the Dodgers at Dodger Stadium, the last day of Major League Baseball season. It was in the sixth inning. Baker hit a home run off Houston Astros pitcher J.R. Richard. It was Baker's 30th home run of the season, making the Dodgers the first team ever to have four hitters with at least 30 home runs in a single season. As journalist John Mualiam tells the story, it was a wild, triumphant, momentous moment and a good omen for the Dodgers headed to the playoffs. Burke, waiting on deck, thrust his hand enthusiastically over his head to greet his friend at the plate. Baker, not knowing what to do, smacked it. His hand was up in the air, and he was arching way back, says Baker, so I reached up and I hit his hand. It seemed like the thing to do. But isn't that weird that, like, it's so ingrained in us, the high five, but it's only been around for, like, popularly 50 years?
Yeah, I mean, that means that my parents basically, when they were younger, like, they're probably, I don't know, they might have learned it well.
Like, the idea is that your grandparents didn't high five. They would shake each other's hands.
No. Or even a fist bump. Even a little fist bump.
No, now that's
always just a formal.
That's even more modern. That came about in like the 90s. The fist bump was September of 1990. It was in Australia. Yeah, I mean, I know as a kid, we never fist bumped. I never saw it until the late 90s, maybe, was like the first time. Even later than that. I mean, it wasn't even a thing. And then there's something that I saw during the pandemic, because you couldn't shake hands and you couldn't fist bump. It was like this thing that originally, it's like where you slap your forearms together, and that came from Mark McGwire and Jose Canseco. They were known as the Bash Brothers, and whenever they hit a home run, they would do that. My cousin, he didn't invent this. He saw it in the movie, but it was this thing that I remember doing with him. Um, okay, so can you see me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, so imagine you're going for a high five. You purposefully miss on the high five, and you slap hands on the bottom.
Yeah, that was good. I mean, both made all kinds of elaborate handshake sequences, dances
Right.
out of it.
The elbow one, I think, probably came about during the pandemic. Nobody did that before, and nobody does it now. It was just like temporarily. Um, yeah, I think the forearms together will become more popular in the future because people are they just have been since the pandemic aren't so comfortable with the handshake or even the fist bump. They don't like to touch each other basically, but the forearm allows for.
Or kiss on the cheek is greeting.
Yeah, that's
had
a
to be around for a very long time. The Italian. I mean,
that's a
there was some guy in Italy way back when.
that's a Europe that's a European thing, but is not. It's like a continental European thing. I guess it's done in Britain as well, but that is not normal behavior in the United States. Even the hug as a greeting in the United States was not a thing until like the noughts, the like 00s. Unless it was your family.
So what'd you call the?
It has
What'd you call the 00?
it has two names. It has two names. People call it the aughts, AUGHTS, and then it's also called the noughts, NOUGHTS. I like to call it the noughts because it's like I like to call them like the naughty oddies, but because that's like basically when I was a teenager or so.
Oh, so after. Okay, well, it's not like after Christ. It's after 2000.
Yeah, so it would be like after 9/11, basically. You know,
Oh
like
no, it's only the decade from 2000 to 2009.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That people don't want to call them the zeros because it doesn't make sense. Like you would call it the tens, and we're in the 20s now, so you call them the aughts or the noughts, and I like noughts.
Why would people be opposed to calling it zeros? You know,
I think because the term zero has a negative connotation.
I think that seems very discriminatory to zero. 'Cause zero could also mean positive, like there's zero bad things wrong in the universe.
No, I mean when you call someone a zero, that's a negative. That don't hang out with them; they're a zero.
But no, but the number zero has been way like around way longer than people using zero as an insult. The first person to call someone a zero was in September of 1979.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Yeah. There may or may not have been a Dodgers between Glenn and
Dusty Baker.
Dusty Baker.
Yeah.
What a name. Dusty Baker. If you call someone Dusty, that's also an insult. Probably that's worse than being called a zero.
I think it could be. He was a manager as well for the Anaheim Angels. He's a good manager. He used to always have a toothpick. That's how I recall him. Look, I don't know. I just know.
You take toothpick.
Now that's a good idea. That's a good idea.
Oh, for a toothpick company?
Yeah, exactly.
Toothpick.
Yeah, but okay, so imagine this.
The world's best.
Imagine this. Okay, so the I think the um, original intent of the toothpick was to clean your teeth, but we have floss and flossers that do that now much more efficiently than like a piece of wood. But imagine a toothpick like shape, but made out of whatever they make candy canes out of, like peppermint.
Basically, what happens to a candy cane after like 20 minutes?
Exactly, but just with a with a
Turns into a sharp icicle.
hold on, but with a not a sharp end, so just a dulled end.
Made out of wood or it's made out of candy cane?
It's made out of candy cane stuff.
Oh, because toothpicks are meant for basically just making you look like a Selder farmer, or you just have it in your mouth.
It would be like a mint, but like some people chew mints, some people swallow mints. There's another thing we can talk about in those terms. But basically, if you wanted that toothpick look, but it had a purpose and it would smell good, you pick toothpicks. You you pick you pick toothpicks. And since like candy canes have
What flavor is the toothpick on the color wheel of flavors? Is that
mint had its own spot. So it'd be like mint or spearmint. Here's the issue that we're gonna encounter is what happens if you swallow it. And I think that it's gonna be soft enough that it doesn't stab you, but still smell good in your mouth, and you could play around with it in your mouth like a toothpick. But if it like got shoved in your mouth,
How many people in the history of Earth have swallowed a toothpick?
dog, I bet you it kills people every year. It could like, I'm not saying a lot, but I'm thinking about children who put things in their mouth that could be sharp.
Yeah, I mean, I have the fear of like having a toothpick in my mouth, like on the floor to like the top of the mouth, and then just,
Right.
like,
Or
down on it.
exactly, or side to side. And like,
That side's not as bad because your cheeks are flexible, but
I agree with you. Like an alligator, that scares me as well. So you would think that a toothpick is not going to break, but a U-pick toothpick would break. It would just break like a candy cane.
yeah, and you could potentially, I mean, the purpose of toothpicks are basically for starters and like little mini hamburgers at Super Bowl games.
Like the little flags.
Or hors d'oeuvres.
Yeah. But think about this. Oh, yeah. Good point. Those hurt a lot of people every year. Like in club sandwiches and stuff.
You could stab someone's eye out with a toothpick.
You absolutely could. And you, just like you were saying,
It doesn't need to do. Or no, I guess no. They do make toothpicks where one side is the stabby side and then one has like handle on it.
right, all of that. Basically, they make the little swords that it's all plastic or wood that can hurt people. And it hurts people every year. So we need to replace those with whatever they make candy canes out of, but they don't have to be flavored necessarily if they're going to go in a club sandwich or whatever. They could just go, they're basically edible.
Make them like basil and edible.
Perfect. There you go. Or just no flavor. You don't want it to affect the flavor of the food. So there are multiple kinds. There's kind that you could use in like a drink for like cherries, or martini for like uh, lemon wedge or lemon twist, or you could have, but those still can hurt people. So you have the whatever they make candy canes out of, but just no flavor. Basically, what we're talking about is just edible toothpicks.
Right. So flavorless.
Well, there are two. There are two kinds. There's flavorless that you use in other foods to keep it together or for decoration or whatever, and then there's the flavor kind that you use as an after, like a breath freshener.
It's meant to be edible and like the odor.
Yes.
Okay.
So, like, let's say you bite into a sandwich. You know the ones with the little flag on them or whatever. If one of those that can hurt you, but with the U pick toothpick, it's just gonna break, and it's not gonna affect the food. In fact, you could just have it so you just don't even have to pull it out. You just keep it in there, and it would just be like a little crunchy part, but it would have no taste. This is a brilliant idea. And aside from being a brilliant idea, I love brilliant ideas, but I love safety more than just about anything. So this is a very safe idea. And there are people who hurt themselves on this kind of stuff. I bet you, we're gonna look it up. How many people choke on? Yo, dog. How many people choke on like toothpicks a year at the emergency room? Not at the emergency room, but they're sent to them. A dangerously tasty treat. The hot dog is a choking hazard. No, that's different. I think hot dogs. We could talk about that. Um. So, according to the Consumer Products Study from 1984, approximately 8,176 people suffered toothpick-related injuries severe enough to send them to emergency rooms each year. Now that's 1984. I don't think toothpicks are as popular nowadays, but nevertheless, that's like 10,000 people a year. That's a lot, and I want to help those people.
No way.
Yeah.
Wait, how much did it say?
8,176.
Oh, so we're rounding up to 10,000 for marketing.
Well, that was. Hold on. That was in 1984, and that's just in the United States. Probably globally, it's way over 10,000.
And that required going to the hospital?
Yeah, going to the emergency room. So if you're just looking at toothpick injuries per year, it's probably 100,000.
Oh, Jesus. Going to the ER for toothpick injury is 10,000, like more than 10,000.
Yeah.
I did not think it was going to be that high. I thought it was going to be like there's bears that could easily kill us. Like there's like
welcome.
Bear injuries, like,
how are you, Sharon Ron? How you living, Pimp?
I live in Bones.
Like a G. How'd you find out about me, Shenron?
4chan.
No way, I'm on 4chan?
Yeah. What? Where? What for?
Yeah, I don't know if 4chan's the real way you found out about me. But that could be. I've tried so hard to go viral on 4chan.
Oh, you made that?
No, I don't ever go on there. I I've been on there a grand total, and I'm on the internet 24 hours a day. On
I
four,
know you said like one time in your life.
I don't like the format of it. But really, I've been on there a grand total of like less than 10 times in my entire life. And one
I
of
was disappointed that Mesa you didn't have its own subreddit.
dude, same here. Dude, we are brothers in that. I
Desert porn.
I
There's got to be a hoodoo subreddit.
I'm in agreement with you. And we need to there needs to be like a what do I want to call it? Like a library of all of them in the world, because they could be like tracked.
Like the geological formations. I think they're pretty well done.
No, they're not. They have a bunch of them in the middle of the desert that nobody knows about, or nobody has named. Like they need to be named and numbered and stuff.
If you're talking about like off grid hoodoos,
Oh yeah,
possibly be
those are the best kind.
maybe not with like
Those are the best kind. That's just
I don't know how much funding for the space program and whatnot is funded, but potentially there's like an AI algorithm that could search for different types of like I don't know, somehow be able to locate where all the hoodoos are and then build a global repository.
you just need AI robots, that little dog that's gonna like take over the world, and just send them out into the desert and do Google views of the whole desert. I've talked about this before, and I've heard Google is doing this. And then also we need to be able to map the seafloor. But basically, in the future, you should be able to take Google Street View anywhere in the world, just not streets. You know what is a really good product name?
What gave you that idea to just abundantly send out thousands and thousands of robot dogs? Charging and a recharge. Solar?
Perfect.
Solar?
Solar.
What if it's not in the desert?
Okay, then they could just be drones. They don't even have to be on the ground. They could just be drones do this.
Drones could drop off the battery.
No, you don't even need that. Just have drones do this. And the way that I've seen drones can power themselves is on electrical lines. They just have to get close to the electrical line, and the electrical lines give off like electrical radiation, and they can charge themselves from it.
And then how far are they going to be able to go out in the middle of nowhere?
That's an excellent point. So you could just have like little power stations in the middle of the desert where they could recharge.
They should put like a miniature wind farm onto the drone because they're already flying and generating the wind turbine.
Dog, they don't even need to do that. We could just do this with helicopters really efficiently. Just basically Google Street View with helicopters. It wouldn't take that long. It would probably take a week to map out the whole western part of the United States. They just do grids, back and forthly.
Why do you think that? You want Street View like very granular?
Yeah, so basically,
Satellite data isn't good enough.
no, I want to be able to see it in 3 dimensions.
Amazon, they're just going to be they're going to have these robot dogs and drones and all that.
Yeah, so within the rainforest, I would say drones will probably be better, and they could just be powered perhaps by solar. They just fly underneath the canopy, and then whenever they need to, just fly above the canopy to recharge.
land on a tree and then charge.
That could be too. I mean, once we have more efficient solar batteries, this really won't be an issue. And you only need to do it.
Like they can charge under the canopy and absorb enough light while flying under the canopy.
That could be. And you only need to do this like once every few years just to get updates on it. It's not like it has to be done continuously. Though that would be ideal.
And this is just all so that people can play GeoTracker
Precisely.
in a more diverse climate.
Precisely.
We play GeoTracker.
Yeah, I love it. You're the one who got me into it. In fact, I think I even have it on my phone.
Now that is a good idea for a game. Like whoever came up with that.
Oh yeah, that's a great idea.
Okay.
Absolutely.
You're on Google Images or Google Earth. Google Street View. Figure out where you are. That's the game.
Right, but this would be anywhere in the world.
Yeah, including underwater.
Yeah, that'd be cool. But it probably would be really black. So, I mean, I'm sure it would be.
I know, it's very hard. Guessing where you are underwater is pretty hard.
2/3 of the whole game is that, because the Earth is 2/3 water. No, but you could do the terrain, like basically in infrared.
Yeah, I don't know if there's enough blue. I mean, possibly. I mean, if we're talking about fish and stuff, you have to, like, you could really get proficient at your marine life knowledge and then know that, okay, this kind of seal is only in the northwest, so I must be somewhere around Vancouver Island or something, or
People,
the depth of the water is pretty shallow here.
people kind of do that on Reddit. There's a subreddit that's known as "Where Was This Taken?"
Oh,
and it's just pictures from
oh,
like,
that sounds good.
yeah, it's very good, but it has to do with history as well. So basically, it'll be like people at like in an old picture of like with a Grand Canyon background from like the 1970s, and people will be like, "What? Where was this taken?" It was like an old family photo that they found, and
Yeah.
and then you get these
Italy in the 60s.
yeah, these experts will be like, "Oh, that was from 1962 because that rock formation fell in the 1970s."
The jump scare meme. There was this photograph taken. The guy found it on Google Maps.
Dude, Hoodoo is fucking great.
Yeah, no, I'm surprised. I mean, I want to know now how many. I mean, I can find out the answer for this, but I'll ask it. How many companies use like two ooh sounds in their words?
Oh, I know what I said. You know what the name of what company I really like is Snoo. Do you know what Snoo is? Oh, dude, I don't have kids, but I'm all about this fucking machine. It's like a Snoo is a baby cradle that automatically rocks them. It's just called Snoo, SNOO. But you get all kinds of data when your child is asleep. And I'm in the Snoo subreddit. I look at people's, I mean, I don't look at them, but not their kids, but the data from their sleep patterns, because you can tell like babies who are like really comfortable versus babies who are like restless at night. But it's just like a little Just look up what a snoo is, SNOO. But it's just like a little automatic rocker for a baby. Here's the thing, though: they're super expensive. They're like thousands of dollars to the point where parents don't even buy them; they just rent them, or they'll give them to like other parents. They're very expensive, but their parents say they're worth every penny because their baby, it allows the parent to get more sleep. But I love,
Oh,
but I love
and
the.
you're telling me that you can't build a homemade version of that if you didn't want all the data and sensors in it, just like a lightly rocking pneumatic.
You definitely could, but it would probably cost you more than the snoo. The snoo's like, I don't know, $1,200 or something. Without
You can build if you're giving $1,100 and your goal is to walk in like some hardware store or whatever, order parts from wherever. You could build a simple automated baby rocking cradle.
you could,
1,100. I think it would cost way less.
yeah, but I mean,
The battery, and like basically you could do it like a gear basically.
all right, but I mean, you don't know that it's,
Gear and a hand.
but you don't know if it's made like at the right rocking for a baby. Like the snoo was, I think it was founded by a doctor.
Research that with ChatGPT. What are the best settings?
That's true. That's true. But I mean, imagine you're gonna. Okay, so they're $1,600. So imagine you have, I don't know, one kid at $1,600. But if you have 10 kids, then it's $160 each. Can you really beat that in terms of price? It's an excellent point, aside from Elon Musk.
Are you a new salesman? That was quite a bit.
Dog, I am. I love.
Are you really going to beat the price? I mean, if you have 40 kids, I mean,
that's
$30.
that's right. That's right. For the price of 4 coffees a day, for the price of 4 coffees a month, you can have your child be rocked into slumberland.
Become part of this new family.
No, that's what it's like. These people are super into it. I mean, I'm into the data because they have this thing that it just like. I mean, sleep has always been fascinating to me. I've had sleep studies. I have sleep apnea. I have a CPAP machine. It runs in my family. And I feel like there's.
Where's your sleep app? You never worn the sleep
I don't.
apnea machine.
No, you're absolutely right. I cannot. It's in a case over there. I cannot wear it at night without having severe. I don't wear it well at night. I don't, which is when you have to wear it. I always end up subconsciously taking it off. So I almost like I can't keep it on. And there's a population.
Not comfortable enough to sleep in.
Yeah, exactly. I
Were
feel
you
I feel like I'm being suffocated.
suffocating in your sleep?
Yeah, yeah. I stopped breathing. And
That
I
sounds horrible. Wait, you actually stopped breathing?
yeah, not for
Why is that even possible?
you're just you. It's like because you're snoring.
Breathing?
So yeah, you stop breathing at periods of the night. And so I got this app on my phone. That was the other thing too. So I used to try to wear it, and I'd be with girls, and it was kind of this embarrassing, like, hey, like I wouldn't want to wear it with them unless I was with a girl for a long time. Um, and then I started.
Are you suffocating? And if that's the case, please CPR.
No, it was just like I felt like a robot. Like, hey, we're like trying to snuggle, and then I've got to wear this mask, and it was a pain in the ass. So they make this. So
Excuse me, I'm just gonna lay down in my snoo to help me sleep at night.
now that's something I would like.
Outside version of the snoo.
Now, no, they have that. They've had that for a long time. Pretty close to. It's well, really like a hammock, but they used to have something called the vibrating bed. that would basically be like that. So anyway, yeah. So I used to wear my mask. I've had a few CPAP machines, and I ha- went through like every kind of mask that you could wear. And the thing is, in the United States at least, you can't just go buy this machine. It's considered a medical device, so you have to get it prescribed. So I've been to the sleep studies. I've had multiple sleep studies done um, to get prescribed this. And when I wear it at night,
What are they doing the sleep study? Do they come to your house or get the sleep in air?
I've done two at the clinic. So you just spend the night in a like a medical facility, and then they monitor. Oh, that's another thing. They put all these sensors on you, and it's yeah, and then they have like a microphone.
Pay you even more.
I could not stand. I was up like most of the night with all the equipment on. You can't turn over. It's just very difficult. Anyway, so I would wear a sleep mask at the beginning, and I would find in the middle of the night or in the morning I would wake up and I wouldn't have it on, and it was just like in the middle of the night, subconsciously I would just rip this thing off because it was scaring. It was almost like I was scared subconsciously. So I haven't worn it.
Is it just oxygen? Is it just giving you oxygen?
And humid water, like distilled water.
Do like that? There's like these people with like these rare diseases where they have to like live in like bubbles their entire life because if there's any outside like non-air, whatever, their bubble air, they like risky or whatever. So could you not feel like now this would be like a crazily good idea that actually has any organ food and whatever to if it actually works. So it's like you build that like little remember the squirrel's name is from SpongeBob Sandy, and like her little dome, you have like a little dome, but it's really like a giant sleep apnea mask that like gives you oxygen and
I'd be down with that. They make bubbles for people, but that's a little
oh,
over
you
the top.
can get a sleep apnea bubble.
I don't know if it's for sleep apnea, but there are people who have like rare diseases and they need to have themselves protected. But so I used to wear this mask, but then I heard about a device that they can implant in you that allows you to sleep without needing a mask. And so ever since I've heard of that, I just figured, you know what, when I make it, I'm just going to get one of those because I cannot wear this fucking. I do not like it. I wear it on occasion, but every time I do, I can't wear it through the night. And then I'm full of cords and tubes and shit, and I can't stand it. So um, I, uh, I just want the little device implanted in me that regulates my breathing. And then there are other issues like like if you have a deviated septum, it can cause you to not be able to breathe as well. Anyway, sleep has always been something that well, here's the funny thing too. So I would wear this mask, and then I wouldn't sleep very well at night. And then it had an app connected to it that would tell you how you slept the next day. And it was an insult to me. I would awake to this notification as I'm like trying to like sleep, and it would be like, you didn't sleep well last night. I'd be like, no fucking shit, I didn't sleep well last night. And it would piss me off. The company that makes it is called ResMed. There's a bunch of them, but that's the one that I would do. They're the big ones. Yeah, and they would basically remind you that you didn't sleep well. And it's like, that's not the kind of notification that I would want. But it was cool. It would show you like a graph of how you slept throughout the night. So this Snoo does the same thing. And I like to look at the parents who are really proud of their kids, who their kid sleeps for like 8 hours, and that's really good. And then there are other parents you can see like their kids up all the time, and I find that interesting as well. So I don't know. I just like the name of the product as well. It was made by a pediatrician, I believe, and I think they market it very well. Snoo. It's $1,800 or $1,600 depending, and then on top of that, I think it's like $100 a month to get the data for your kid. But basically, it from what I hear from parents, it's a lifesaver. Like if they can afford it, they absolutely do, and they pass around these snooze once their kids grow out of them. Like they're golden because you've got to think you're a parent and you can only get so much sleep and you're limited already for like $1,600, and the child will sleep.
Parents will pay literally anything if they can save waste time in the middle of the night.
Exactly, and the snoo does that. So, I'm a snoo salesman. Shout out to snoo, but shout out to its name.
If you have 90 kids, it's only $3 a year.
Exactly. Exactly. Um, yeah, so I think the snoo is pretty baller. Anyway, why did we get on snoo? It had to do with naming conventions. Like Hulu. Oh, yeah, it's like Hulu, Hoodoo, snoo. That's what it is. Hoodoo, that's a winner. Now, Nuktuk, or what is it? A Nuktuk? A Nukshuk?
Got the U pick, two pick.
That one's a winner. No. Think about that one. That we could save 10,000 people at least in the United States alone from injuries and like 8,000 hospital visits, and then on top of that,
We're sponsored by personal. We get sponsored by personal injury lawyers.
no, they wouldn't. They would not want you to have it. No, they would not want you to have it.
Oh yeah.
The thing is, we'd have to price this thing at cheaper than what a toothpick is, and toothpicks are like dirt cheap. But
No. Because it's saving lives.
yeah, but that's not what.
Life saving device.
Yeah, but that's not what
Premium for safety.
But personal injury lawyers don't like that. They like injuries, which is probably one of the
Yeah, I
reasons.
know.
But just so imagine, I know I've said it, but just imagine whatever they make that candy of a
That could
candy.
be part of the ad though on the billboard. It's like, do you want to pay this personal injury lawyer named Dusty Baker, the '60s Dodgers team, $70,000 for your pick injury, or you want to spend an extra 2 cents on the U pick toothpick?
Well, here's the thing: you would sell it to restaurants.
And if you have 9 kids, think of the saving.
Exactly. You would sell it to restaurants generally, but the key about it is that it would just need to break easily. So you could have it like perforated so that it would just automatically break in convenient spots.
It's made out of styrofoam.
No,
Yay!
styrofoam is bad for the environment, so we'd stay away from that.
We're using recycled styrofoam that's also edible.
Okay, styrofoam though doesn't decompose very well and breaks up into a million pieces, so we want to avoid that. It's literally just whatever they make candy canes out of, that type of convection and no taste. Does that make sense? And it's known as the U-Pick toothpick. And you know what?
They're just like,
Well, so here's the thing. When you buy the U-Pick toothpick, all the proceeds go to the U-Pick people. The Nookshuk people, that goes to the Inuit people and anybody else in that group. But the U-Pick toothpick, you know how like people think of candy cane to be like A winter
All
thing.
voodoo prophets go to the voodoo research and mapping the world.
I like it. I like it. All of these are great ideas, Big Dog. And you watch in the future, people will be like, Rabbi and Riser were talking about that 50 years ago, and they finally have toothpicks that don't have taste, that don't hurt people.
Yeah, people are gonna watch the screen and go, wow, we were basically watching Glenn Burke and Dusty Baker
Exactly.
over in 1977 on Dodgers.
1000%. What? Isn't that fascinating that the high five did not have a name until 1980?
Yeah, after Dusty Baker.
Word, dog. In
It's a
1977.
foul ball. There was a foul ball and they thought it was over the fence.
Wouldn't that have been hilarious if actually the first home run that had a high five was actually not a real home run?
They discovered 7 years later, after a thorough investigation, that it was a foul ball.
Yeah. But you know what would happen is whoever discovered that would high five the person afterward.
That's what started the LA riots. Dusty Baker's home run becoming foul and denounced the LA Dodgers as the World Series.
Who's your favorite stand-up comedian?
I think you know the answer to that.
Oh yeah, I do. Is he really? Who's your favorite stand-up comedian with a special?
I don't know if I have like a specific favorite because it's like different flavors or like I don't know. It's hard. I have like it's hard to compare them. To go, this one's my favorite because I like them for different reasons.
That's okay. So talk to me about the ones that you like.
Rory Scovel's pretty funny. I like him a lot. Do you know who that is?
No one knows who that is.
Most people know who he is. He's on Getting Douglas High.
Yeah, but that's a Patreon show. How do you spell the last name?
Scovel like the hot pepper scale.
Okay, which one of his?
Ron Punches is?
Ron Punches?
Oh, what is your question about Rory Scovel?
Which one of his specials is your favorite?
The one on Netflix.
Okay.
It's like basically like an acid trip, like a funny acid trip.
Is it religion, sex, and a few things in between? Or live without fear?
No, Don's a recent one.
Is it live without fear?
No, it's on Netflix.
Is it Roy Scovel try stand up for the first time?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yes, it's that one. 2017.
Very cool. Who else do you like?
TJ Miller.
TJ Miller?
TJ Miller.
Yeah. Okay, I know this guy. He's from Silicon Valley, right?
Yeah.
You a big fan?
He has a podcast that I listen to. And the thing I like about his stand-up is that he uploads new stand-up material like all the time, like a lot more frequently than Rory Scovel, even though could easily do this. He doesn't do it. Sucks because there's hardly any new material of him, which is hurting himself. But at least TJ Miller puts like a bunch of his steps on YouTube and a lot.
That's baller. I love when stand-ups do that. Dude, we need to talk about the fighter and the kid. Do you know what I'm referencing? Yeah, we talked about this. Do you know what I'm referencing? Dude, yes, it's a Reddit for... It's a podcast with the number one person who's ever been on Joe Rogan Experience. That's Brendan Schaub. And then number two, that's Brian Callen. And these people on Reddit shit on these people so much. It is so funny. And there's a whole lingo to it. I got really into it the last week. I even watched Brendan Schaub's stand-up. His stand-up is the lowest ranked stand-up in the history of IMDb. It's got a 1.7. His he's only has two specials. One that was on Showtime that is the lowest one in global history on IMDb. It's a 1.7, and the second one is just went right to YouTube, and everybody just made fun of him. And it's terrible. It's not funny stand up, but the Reddit people.
Oh, I actually just came up with the idea.
What's your idea, big dog?
The game. Because I was thinking of what the similar type like I was thinking of acronym games that are like comparable to GeoGuessr would be. They're basically GeoGuessr. Sorry to interrupt your podcast talk, even though I don't really have a lot to contribute to that topic. Really, literally know nothing about it.
You're good. Keep going.
Interrupted my geometry guesser talk. So GeoGuessr leverages this big what's called database of Google. Uses that to its advantage. I'm like, okay, is there some other advantage, like platform that is being used, like a game that you could leverage that everyone knows? So I mean, you could do it with like YouTube and just get the YouTube video or whatever, but that's like impossible. But you could do it with like Spotify, and basically there's already game shows like this that exist where it's like it plays like 30 seconds of the song and then you have to guess. Careless Whisper.
Yeah, name that tune. Name that tune.
You want me to sing Careless Whisper?
No, I fucking know it. Name that tune is the name of that genre of game.
George Michael, yeah. That would be like that, but just like online version where you're competing against people online.
Yeah, but you've got to. The reason why that's difficult is because all of that is copyrighted music. Okay, here's one for you. I've got a good one. You ready for this? It uses archive.org. It uses archive.org, the Wayback Machine, basically. It gives you a random web page. Hold on. Let me finish. You're over here jumping the gun. It gives you a website.
I like the sound of it.
I know you do. So it's like GeoGuessr. You tell me the idea then.
Oh, go. No, you pick toothpick. Go.
All right. I really think, though, this would be interesting. And there's enough data to be able to do it. You get a random web page, and you have to say what year, based on the design of the web page, it was created.
Okay.
It's a fun game.
I thought it was going to be like, I don't know, guess what the website's called or something.
That could work too. But okay, so then
You only see the contents of the page.
yeah, you only see the contents of the page, and then you get multiple choice to be able to say what the website is.
Yeah, that's not bad. Just the ear is also not way to do it.
Right. Both are kind of cool ideas, and they're like GeoGuessr for the digital world.
I like it. I like Rabbi's database from it. Yeah, you can probably, I don't know, whatever other metrics you can from random web pages.
Right. All right. What about Hoodoo's sick as fuck, man. That whatever.
Especially the philosophy and just what it stands for, Hoodoo itself.
Exactly.
It's like this magical rock that's just hanging on a U-pick toothpick. Oh my god.
That's different. But imagine sucking on a U-pick toothpick while doing hoodoo, while watching and listening to hoodoo, while playing with your nukshuk spinner.
I fully believe that in the future, the nutshuk seems like I mean combined with like audio visual ASMR is one thing, but the physical legit ASMR universe is really interesting.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, it's already been used for years in the sex, like the cam girl industry, where basically you can make their toys vibrate if you give them money.
The fleshlight industry is physical ASMR.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just haptic feedback.
How much are haptics?
Depends on what you want and how good. Let's look. Yo, dog, how much are haptic
I'm
suits?
gonna ask.
The answer is like about $5,000. That's for 250 VR titles. No, apologies. Prices for haptic gloves are $50 to $100. $50 to $1,000.
Just for some gloves. I guess that's yeah. There's a different kind of suit that's used for like video games that will it has like all these like little white dots around it that'll track your body movement and whatnot, so they can relate into like armature video games. That is a different suit. That is a physical hallucination.
The
I
haptic
was
suit.
gonna ask you, do you think the progress of virtual reality is how do you think the progress of virtual reality compares to the progress of AI?
AI is much more advanced.
The progress of virtual reality has been
Sucks.
very.
It sucks. And the reason why it sucks is no one cool uses it. It's there are several issues.
Mark Zuckerberg,
No, he's not cool. Anything he touches turns to shit. People don't like him. And I understand why. Because he's considered like this person who stole this technology and then just buys companies, doesn't come up with anything. He bought Instagram, he bought WhatsApp, he bought whatever became the uh, um, opt, whatever Quest. He bought all these companies. He doesn't innovate. Look, I have Oculus Quest. Okay, so I used one. I mean, I have one and have used it, and it's really great. It's just I had to make adjustments to it to make it what I felt a usable product. So, like, what did I do? This is a big one. The power adapter, or like where the power goes in, they have a hardwired. No, I don't want to say it's hardwired, but it's like a normal USB cord that you'd have for like a. It's a USB C. It needs to have a magnetic attachment because the chances are you're moving your head around and stuff, and that little area becomes loose and then breaks. So I made mine with a magnetic detachment. So if I accidentally pulled on the cord, it wouldn't yank the device. Another thing is battery times on it aren't very good, and that's why I put the magnetic um, cord in. But when I did that, I could be in that fucking world for 8 hours, and time would just go by like in an instant. It went by very quickly. But there wasn't anything to do. I would just look at websites and like videos and stuff. There weren't any good games because the processing power sucks on the thing. And then on top of that, you have Apple's version of it.
Oh, it's because you basically are like condensing an entire computer into like the side of glasses, which is not anywhere near like the gaming PCs.
And that's what you
But
need.
can you? I thought that was like the point of almost like you use your built desktop for the processing of the game and then relay what you need to see in the goggles.
Well, that's the other Oculus, which I used. My friend had it, and it was amazing. I played games in that, and that was amazing. But you had all kinds of cords connected.
They have one that's like designed for a separate one that's designed for like being the proxy thing to your desktop.
Yeah, and you can like lightsaber. Like we played Star Wars with it. We also played, and the Star Wars was really cool. It was totally immersive. You forgot where you were. It was phenomenal. It was truthfully phenomenal.
Playing Guitar Hero or something.
It-
Playing Guitar Hero and having like the big giant like little lights come down. Dance Revolution or something.
Yeah,
It would enhance anything that would enhance the visual experience of that.
agreed. So,
Which is why I'm like, I don't know why it hasn't taken off as hard yet. It seems like
well,
a lot better.
so like the version the Apple, whatever they call it, what do they call it?
Apple
Vision Pro. They fucked up with that. They should have just called it the IC or the I whatever. All their shit is I. It should have just been I. They don't know how to market their shit to save their asses, or at least
I.
perfect.
The I.
That's great. That would have been wonderful. That would have been really cool. But and theirs is 10 times as much as Facebook's. I mean, nobody's gonna pay that money. Nobody's gonna pay $3,000 for that machine unless you're a super Apple fanboy. The price needs to come down. It needs to be
Built for gaming. That one's not even built for gaming. It doesn't have the separate hand controllers anyway.
right. It's
Really,
it's just to be an immersive experience. People want to game, and so it's important that these things have gaming. Look, the thing that changed it, which was amazing, is porn. That's how you can be in that thing for 8 hours. It's very immersive. It makes it feel like, I mean, I still think about what the chicks look like.
you have to do the POV one, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. I was in a hot tub with 3 MILFs. It was amazing. And you
I
look,
could be in here, 8 hours flew by like 1 minute.
That's what I just said exactly. Um, yeah, and you know the controllers were okay. The but at least with the one that was connected to a computer, you just had too many wires. The whole thing needs to be wireless, and once you're able to do that, it's good. Well, and then you need to have things to do in it, and you need to be able to interact with people. It's just like an early version of the internet, and actors and artists weren't really using the internet in the very early days, but when they started to do it, a lot more people jumped in, and that's going to be the same for um, these types of um, technologies. Now, there's something that I had 10 years ago. It's called Google Cardboard. Have you ever seen this? Where you just take your phone and put it in. It was literally made out of cardboard, like a thing, so that it just went right up to your eyes, and was phenomenal. Uh, that allowed you to see the world in 3D. It basically gave you an Oculus Quest or a Vision Quest, whatever the fuck it is, Apple Vision Pro.
It was actually made by Google.
Yeah, it's still an app that you can get. It's called Google Cardboard, and it just makes it so that it splits your screen in two, and you put it right up to your eyes, and it allows you to see in like double vision.
It can't be healthy for your eyes.
Well, it's the same.
Other stuff.
It's basically the same thing as what a Vision uh, Pro is, or a Oculus Quest.
So it's an app that makes your phone
Yeah.
weird.
So
If they sold cardboard, they need to make it like
no. They wouldn't sell cardboard. You'd make it out of cardboard, or you could buy a holder.
but they gave you the cutout for it and you fold it up.
You could download it. Exactly.
You have to download it yourself and then turn your box into the. Yeah, they sold the blueprint. I think.
Yeah, that they didn't sell the blueprint; they gave it to you. So it's discontinued, but Google Cardboard is a discontinued virtual reality platform by Google, named for its fold-out cardboard viewer into which a smartphone is inserted. The platform was intended as a low-cost system to encourage interest and development in VR applications. Users either build their own viewer from simple low-cost components using specifications published by Google, or purchase a pre-manufactured one. To to use the platform, users run cardboard-compatible mobile apps on their phone, place it into the back of the viewer, and view content through the lenses. And I had both. I had the cardboard one, and I had the one that I bought, and it was released 10 years ago and discontinued 4 years ago, but it worked very well. It was amazing. Um, I remember using it to be in Google Earth and like look around the Earth, and I just thought that was the coolest shit.
Yeah, I mean, did you try VR headsets on Google
Yeah, I did that too, and that was cool. That was cool.
Flight Simulator?
Yeah. No, I just did like Google Street View and like famous places in the world.
Did it feel like you were right there?
No, but it was close. It was good enough.
If there was like super HD photograph that you could walk around in, would you feel like you were transported there and then you have like these AI people walking around you?
Yeah, I mean, once you get to 8K on a display, that's better than the human eye can discern. So we're really close to it. So basically, once you make something 8K, you can't tell the difference between reality and a digital display.
So yeah. How big do you think the ASMR market is?
$1 trillion.
Really?
Yep. It would be like an Nvidia kind of company. It'd be bigger than Spotify. People would just run it in the
Bigger
back.
than Spotify? Do you think it's bigger than music?
Yes.
I don't feel like there's as many.
Yes, it's bigger than music because you could you well, I mean, it's something that people would leave on their televisions and on their computers all the time. And you could sell the software or not but people would rent the software, basically a pay-as-you-go model, but there could be a free version of it that integrates advertising, and you can sell advertising on it. Now I know you're going to say, well, isn't that going to take people out of their element? Yeah, that's why they pay for the premium version.
Yeah, no, same model as Spotify.
Exactly. Except Spotify,
ASMR market is experiencing significant growth by increasing statistics, user base is growing at 0.3% a year, which is really not sustainable. Over 20 million Americans regularly watch ASMR. This one another market size. Oh, it's puny.
right now,
The ASMR market size is 1.4 billion in 22 and expected to reach 6.4 billion.
yeah, easily going to get that bitch over $1 trillion with this type of software.
Why, were you surprised that the current market is that small?
Well, here's the thing.
Joe Rogan podcast itself has a market bigger than
Yeah, but how are they getting that data? So what I'm saying is, like, I see people on TikTok all the time doing ASMR, or on Kick, or on YouTube, or on Twitch. But is that money really in the ASMR, going to ASMR activities? No, that's just going to the popularity of these different apps. So I don't. I probably think ASMR is probably closer to $20 billion or so. I think it's more than what's being currently um,
like
priced.
what are you talking about, like people that are publishing ASMR videos, either like Twitch streamers or people uploading the visual stuff?
All of it, the whole industry. But if you were to ask a middle-aged person on the street, do you know what ASMR is? They're not going to know. It's too wordy. People don't know what that is. It needs a better name. Let's come up with a name. It's got to rhyme.
For ASMR.
Yeah. ASMR is too wordy. 4 letters, it's 4 syllables, it's too much. All right, so let's just go to ChatGPT and get a bunch of stuff. Yo, dog, I think the term ASMR is too wordy. I bet you agree. Can you come up with 50 ideas that rhyme, like, or come close to rhyming, like smooth move or something like that, that could be ASMR alternatives? Smooth groove, that's a cool one. I like smooth groove.
Pretty interesting. Or do you want to rename all of ASMR to smooth?
Yeah,
That is multiple syllables.
it's two. I know it's not just going to be one, but it rhymes and it's two. That's perfect. You can't have something that rhymes with just one syllable. Tingle jingle.
I didn't think it needed to rhyme.
No, it does. How about tingle jingle? How about chill thrill? Slow glow? Shush rush? Moan tone? Not bad. Hillow willow? Snooze cruise? Muffle shuffle? Dusk husk? Crinkle tinkle? Slow flow? I like smooth groove, but that doesn't rhyme perfectly. If it's gonna rhyme, I want it to rhyme perfectly. Um, Lush hush, whisper twister, glide inside, tips. I like the idea of tingle because that's ASMR. Tingle. What are 26 words that rhyme with tingle? Tingle single, tingle mingle, tingle shingle, tingle. Oh, I mean, there are a bunch of them. Um, Tingle mingle kind of works. So instead of calling it ASMR, you just call it tingle mingle. It's still four syllables, but they rhyme.
This is awful. I don't know.
Tingle mingle?
Kevin does not have. It's just not a word that instantly summarizes the essence of what ASMR is.
I think that's because nobody really knows. It's not like there's not a perfect phrase that summarizes, but there could be. Why couldn't it be tingle mingle? What don't you like about tingle mingle? ASMR, apologies, I need to interrupt for a second. ASMR is too scientific a term. It needs something to be marketable.
Tingle, whatever. How many head orgasm is a synonym for ASMR?
Yeah, okay, but that's a little too NSFW.
Soothing. Something wonk. The wump. The wump. You know how many times larger the ASMR market is compared to the toothpick market?
Compared to the what? Toothpick market? What is the entirety of the toothpick market?
Well, that's what you're guessing right now. I just told you the ASMR market was like 6 billion.
Yeah, I bet the toothpick market is $1 billion.
Wow, good guess. It is pretty much. Oh, I guess in 2024 is 0.65 billion.
Okay.
Not even 1 billion for all of toothpicks.
Hold on, you're not including all of the stirrers and the little swords. All of that is $1 billion.
I mean, apparently, what I'm looking at is saying it's 0.68 billion by 2032.
Yeah, but you're not including stirrers and the little swords, and you could even include in that the.
Stirrers are not toothpicks.
I'm including that though. I'm saying all that plastic waste and stuff. That's plastic waste, and so you could get the environmental people behind this by just whatever they make candy canes out of, or not. Yeah, candy canes, but that confection, whatever, without any flavoring.
I don't agree that stirring things I agree with that.
It's a waste. It's plastic waste.
That's not what a toothpick is. I don't know why you're changing the definition.
Well, because then you get into the little swords for garnishes.
Like the hors d'oeuvre thing that you're stabbing.
It's like a little sword that you see in a drink that has like maraschino cherries on it and like orange pieces. Just
I don't know what you're talking
look up the phrase cocktail sword.
Oh, okay, yeah. You're literally miniature swords.
Exactly. So you just make all that shit out of stuff that you can consume.
Yeah, no, that's not bad.
It's $1 billion idea. Nothing crazy. But you know how like there's the big push for paper straws and stuff? Nobody goes after that stuff. And we go after that stuff by instead of whatever, you make it into that whatever they make candy canes out of, but just no flavoring. All right, you ready for this one? This is a great idea. Are you ready? Hot dog straws.
Those are 2 words that don't belong.
No, I think that hot dogs should not be shaped the way that they are because they're a choking hazard, a major choking hazard. So what you do is you put a little hole in the middle of all the hot dogs.
And that does what?
Well, if you swallow a piece of hot dog, like a baby or a child or something, and it normally is the cylindrical shape of your esophagus, which causes you to not be able to breathe, or of your windpipe. It causes your trachea. It doesn't allow you to breathe. But if there's a little hole in it, you can breathe. It's the same reason why they put the little hole in a pen cap. You ever see like a big pen that hasn't changed in like 60 years? The reason why there's a little hole at the top of on the cap is so that if you swallow it, you can breathe. Or not swallow it, but if it goes down your windpipe, you can breathe.
But the pen cap is already pretty not anywhere near the size. Like it's not going to plug up your throat.
It used to kill children. It used to kill children. That's why they had to put the hole in it. So, and look, let's look at deaths from hot dogs a year. How many people die from hot dogs a year? Yo, welcome. How are you? What's what?
All right. Were you in like a different server?
Dog, I'm in all kinds of servers. What's good in your neck of the woods?
It's just I was just oh, new camera. Just
We're
no,
good.
because he's actually talking.
Absolutely. How are you?
All right.
Yeah, I heard you guys saying how sexy I looked and how muscular I am, but it happens so often that I have to ignore those types of compliments.
You're saying how you guys probably choked on hot dogs.
No, we're not saying that. So A and LY, how'd you find me?
I was in that girl server, and I tried like talking to you, and your camera quality was just really ass, and like we were trying to let you know that it was like ass,
Okay,
and we're like, what's happening?
okay,
And
that,
we were trying to like let you know that like something was happening, and then it just like wouldn't show up. So we just
okay. So that's on an old device, so I don't really pay attention to it. I'm live right now in half a dozen discords, including my own, including Aiden Ross's Discord, the Socialized Discord, Fish Tank's Discord. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
no, go ahead.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. A or LY, have either of you seen the movie The Truman Show starring Jim Carrey or the television show Big Brother?
I've, I've seen both, and I've read 1984.
Well, then you are very well apprised of what I do, essentially having my entire life on camera. I do this because I want peace in the world. This gives me a platform to be able to discuss peace. Additionally, the Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history, which may make me an influential person. And if that happens, A and LY, I'm going to make all your dreams come true. I want to give you all of the money that you need to be able to help your friends, your family, become financially independent if you're not already, to create generational wealth if you don't already have it, and to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations to help the world. How does that sound?
That's fucking dope.
Yes, it is. I talk about other things that are going to help the world when I go viral. Things like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm actually sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obamasonic Teninu. I know that's a whole lot of words, but essentially it's worth $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria to improve people's lives there. I want to continue those type of projects. I'm also a major advocate for the LifeStar program, but most importantly, I'm an advocate for desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable for the common person. How's that sound?
That's pretty cool. That's awesome.
Excellent.
Actually,
Very well. So you can
I
you can watch every
have
aspect.
a question.
Go
So
ahead.
You said you've been doing this for 3 years.
More than 3 years. Absolutely.
So what inspired you to start live streaming your own life like this?
Oh, great question. I was in the middle of the pandemic, and after work, like normally I would go to work every day, but I started working remotely, and I was able to have the opportunity to play golf at Tiger Woods' golf course here in Anaheim, and I wanted to see what my golf swing looked like on camera. And so I started recording my golf swing, and sometimes I would hit the ball with a slice or a hook, and I would make some funny jokes to myself. And I thought, you know what? It might be interesting to upload these funny videos for my family in the future if I ever have a wife and children. And so I started doing that every day after work, and I became more comfortable just working remotely on camera. And then I ended up very soon thereafter starting to live stream it because it was taking me too long to upload. And then I realized that I'd just become so comfortable on camera that I didn't really mind being on camera all the time. And it was an interesting opportunity for me to create essentially a vlog for the world. In the past, people would have created a diary or a journal. And instead of doing that, I was just creating basically a virtual diary or virtual journal or digital diary or digital journal. And then soon thereafter, purchased like a bunch, like 33 different devices and started putting them in 360 degrees. And I haven't looked back since.
That's pretty cool.
Well, thank you.
Huh?
Oh, I love doing it. Yeah, absolutely. I'm able to connect with cool people like you and Riser and people from all over the world. And I am able to essentially create the world's largest time capsule or the world's largest timeline for human events. And I think that this data will be very extremely valuable to the world in the future, especially because not only will they be able to connect with a person whenever they want, 24 hours a day, but that entire archive is available to the world. We'll be able to learn from it. We've never had so much human data archived for one individual in global history. People will be able to study biometric aspects of my life, biological aspects of my life, things like my sleeping habits, my circadian rhythms, my breathing patterns, my eating patterns, my behaviors socially. Every aspect of a human can be studied from this, and I think that may.
It's pretty dope.
Well, thank you.
Oh, so is these like the so it's like your it's like your oh my gosh. It's like I'm looking through your server and seeing all like the channels and stuff.
Yeah.
Is this like how you archive stuff?
No, these are just different categories which I have interest. So I'm a well-rounded person to the best of my ability. And in the future, when this server goes viral and my project goes viral, I know that I'm going to have people who have interests in all of these different activities, and I want them to have a place to be able to have those discussions.
Oh, that's pretty dope.
If you click on the, if you
haven't heard of Flickr in a while.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a major photo sharing app. If you click on the chat of all of them, it has a little description of what each of them are if you're not familiar.
Oh wow, pretty interesting. Quite the sorry,
You're good.
I'm sleepy right now. Quite the dude. Quite the what am I trying to say? It's you click on the open chat next to any of the next to the VCs. It is it's a category. What is it? What's the word I'm looking for?
Description?
Not description. Like catalogs, few catalogs of the stuff.
Yeah, not this one, but the ones below.
Like, scroll down to like, oh yeah, it's like a billion of them. Oh, it's like classical music. Yeah.
Yeah, but even lower than that. Those have some, but what those are really for, I have bots in there where you can play all kinds of music. But what he's really referencing, I think, are like where it has, like, if you go to the Reddit one, look at the Reddit one. It's a text channel. It has everything you'd ever want from Reddit in it. It has like 10 different categories of Reddit, including like sports, technology, news. You can check that out. It's basically the front page of the internet right there.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
And oh, are you actually a Rothschild?
Yep, that's my last name.
Oh, are you like from like the super rich ones?
Oh, I wish I could tell you that I was directly in the banking aspect of the family. We're a big family. There are 3,000 of us in the United States alone. So we have quite a few different professions.
So is it one whole family?
Yeah, I mean, we generally all have our beginnings going back to Germany.
Hey, what the fuck? Then why don't you have like? Why can't you go to them and be like, "Where's my slice of the pie?"
It doesn't work that way.
It's
I
only
wish
like
it did.
3K. What? They have like a quintillion amount of dollars, dude. I pay my fucking fees.
Okay, well, that's fine.
Where's classical music? Wait, where is that?
Oh no, I didn't want somebody to write that. Somebody probably just spammed me. I get that all the time.
The classical. Wait, the classical.
No, I don't. I don't want anything like that in here. Somebody probably just spammed me. Yeah, they did.
I don't know it. I don't see it. Oh wait,
Yeah, it was like last
I see.
June
I
or
don't know
last
it.
July.
Oh, I see. Oh yeah, he's just spamming a whole bunch of idiots. That's not.
Yeah, I mean, I get people coming here and spam me all the time. I can't always control what people do, but yeah,
Are you also a rabbi? Do you have like a church?
I don't have a church, but I do have. I am a member of multiple communities, and yes, rabbi means teacher. I made smicha, which is rabbinical ordination, about 4 years ago.
Really interesting. This is a very interesting thing that I discovered.
Yes, you did.
This
I appreciate that. Thank you. What is it? Yeah, I'll delete all that. Thank you for making me aware. I haven't looked at those in obviously quite some time.
did oh my gosh. Um did uh did did so why did you make these like voice channels and not like text channels with like history?
Um, well, usually I get spammed with this kind of garbage that you've seen.
Uh
So if I allow people to have the text channel aspect of it, then they spam me.
oh I see, I see. My
They spammed them in every single chat that I had. No,
wait. Also,
no,
so
I
like
don't.
the super rich. I just have like just like the super rich Rothschild. You said that's like part of like your family. So
Yeah,
you
we're
get like inheritance from them at all.
uh, that's a personal question. I'm not going to answer it this time.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be banger if you did that. They're like $1 million.
Absolutely, wouldn't it?
$1 million. Oh, dude, he's like, if you all this stuff that is cataloged right now, like if I was like one of the rich ones, I'd be like, you know what, I want this one that started like cataloging and documenting everything to like get like a huge chunk of change.
You guys have any other questions?
It's just, I just got a really funny clip on my thing. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. So I was scrolling Instagram at the same time, and I was just.
Okay, well, you're always welcome here whenever you want. I'm always live, so feel free to connect with me whenever you want. And just happy to make your acquaintance. And let me know if you ever need anything, okay?
Yeah, just looking around. Praise. Oh my goodness. Oh, one rule. I see. Do you like go like so like I'm sorry, this is my first ever time like seeing this. Do you like go to work and like live stream like your job, or is this like your job?
Well, fortunately, I've been able to somewhat semi-retire. I'm a certified project management professional, so if I ever do need to make any money, I'm able to just by completing projects. But I do have savings from my career. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. Do I go outside? Yep, I have streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, downtown Los Angeles, Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California.
Did you not mention Voodoo?
Did I not mention Hoodoo? Uh, yeah, I should say that the desert, mesas, hoodoos, and buttes of the world. My friend here really likes the geology and
Oh, I'm talking about the app.
no, that's a secret.
Now I can rewind the stream.
Absolutely.
Your app is a secret.
Yeah, it's just an idea that we have.
Oh, I thought you already launched it.
No, I have launched apps. Yeah, they've been very successful.
What apps have you launched?
That's okay. I'm not gonna.
Basically, this will be like the largest AI app in the world.
Oh, so like AI Dungeon, like Grok.
It's like if Low Guesser and automated baby cradle fucked and had a baby. That's what they want.
Wait, so it's like GeoGuessr, like Death Stranding.
What is
Wait, which one's GeoGuessr? It's like the. Wait, it's not like. No, it's not like food.
Google Street View, and you have to figure out where you are.
Wait, you guys made Google Street View?
Yeah, me and Rabbi made Google Street View.
Actually, that's pretty cool.
We're actually mapping. This is true. We're mapping the desert, and also the. How are we supposed to know?
Wait, don't they already do that with like satellites and stuff? Like the
What if you want to play GeoGuessr, but anywhere on Earth instead of just Yeah, but if you study the marine life or I mean, you can fly around the spawn point and then look around to see if there's any. But yes, 2/3 of the game will be pitch black because it'll be too deep in the ocean. There's not gonna be light, so you have to guess where you are in the ocean based on pitch black.
How would I do that?
Well, that's the point. You have to guess. That's why it's called geoguessing. Not geoknowing.
I thought in like GeoGuessr, like you have like road signs and like shit from other countries. Wait, am I thinking of a different name?
No, that's correct. But I'm talking about this next level version that's incorporating map ocean and also the desert. There you go. You get it.
Wait, how would I do that? I'm not like a swimmer. Yeah, you would be fucking
Walk into an ice field in the middle of nowhere, and you have to guess.
How would I know that?
With a piece of ice, with a chunk of ice, or where that is.
How would I know that?
You gotta know your ice. You gotta put in the work, study the earth, ice land, tropical land.
What is this? I can't tell if you're being sarcastic.
No, I'm not.
It would actually be like a black screen to figure out where you are.
Yeah, we want to be realistic.
I don't think that would be very. Like actually correctly, like getting it right, and not just like unlucky shots.
Yeah, normally in the real GeoGuessr game, you're competing against other people, and your points are based on how far away you can get the right location. So if you're close, you beat the other person, you get more points. It's very unlikely that you get the exact coordinate bang on. I mean, sorry, what was it?
I was just.
You didn't say it.
I just like I don't see the appeal of like personally. I mean, it might not. I just might not be the target audience. But personally, I don't see the appeal of like opening up like GeoGuessr and then getting like a black screen and then be like, oh, where in the ocean is this? Dead ass, like zero idea.
No, that's not how it works. Why, Riser, are you explaining it that way? No, you would be able to. That's garbage, man. That's not the idea. Of anything you would be able to see. No, of any.
I asked if he was being sarcastic and he was being like serious.
No, that's not the idea. Of anything, it would show you.
That is the idea.
Dog, that's the idea sucks.
We literally were discussing this.
That was a joke. That was a joke. 2/3 of it would be darkness. That was a joke I made.
No, and then I said yeah, we want the game to be realistic. So yeah, 2/3 of the game you're guessing in the dark. That's what real life is. Not always fucking memory.
That's a terrible
What the fuck
idea.
is your problem?
I'm just trying to make a realistic GeoGuessr game, and people are trying to fucking roadblocks and oh.
I mean, that's like doing Google Street View at night. That's
Yeah,
what
exactly. It is doing like Google Street View at night, which should be in the game.
that.
That's what life is.
Okay,
Realistic. I was literally gonna say that.
I don't think what's realistic is like getting teleported to like random spaces all over the place. To guess wrong. I don't understand how you make GeoGuessr realistic. How does that happen? I understand like making like a shooter realistic, but like Tarkov, like you can compare it from like Tarkov to like Apex, because Tarkov you have to like heal yourself with realistic like physics, realistic like bullet velocity, bullet ballistics, armor, like health. I get shot in my arm, chance my arm breaks. Well, I don't think. Well, if I'm put anywhere, I don't think I'm like spawning. Like, am I like? Are we like which type of level like realistic? So if we're doing like humans, well, that's not how people like. That's not how people start. I think people start like just like at hospitals and shit, or unless like they're born like obviously not in hospitals.
You guys really haven't played a lot of GeoGuessr, and it shows. GeoGuessr currently spawn on just like a random road, because that's what you where the camera is. Yeah, that is my ideal GeoGuessr. It's a completely realistic one. There's no safe zones. There's no blocked off areas. There's no daytime only. It's like full on realistic every corner of the.
I think that. I think like a lot of like are we like starting off like how like animals would start off? How like just like anyone would kind of come into life? Because that's to me that's how you like GeoGuessr realistic. Where are you? Right? Like if I was put into like an actual field in like Africa and I was surrounded by zebras and I was like fucking like 2 feet high. Right? I could be I'm a zebra and I'm in the sand. Right? This is where I am. Like, that would be kind of realistic. If I was put into like how would you do that? Oh, where am I? That type of stuff? Like, I picture like a random lake and be like, it sounds like
Yeah, no, that's the point. Is that you can't zoom out, only using super zoomed in. No, that's not the idea. The idea is to just simply guess where you are. You can walk around within like a close proximity to where you spawn and have to guess where you are based on your limited surroundings and time.
I'm timed and I'm zoomed in and I have like no idea like where I am. This sounds awesome.
It is awesome, yeah. And you're in the dark. You're in the pitch black. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm thinking of this is not released information. So please
Oh, don't worry. Don't worry.
Don't tell Activision about this. No. But I am working on a secret patch file that is pitch black only mode. And
oh yeah.
when that drops, black only mode, and yes, you do have to get pitch black. It's for the real. It's like hardcore mode. No ASMR. You have a outfit suit. That's been banned.
He's bullshitting. Hey, Rabbi, I want to ask, how old are you?
39.
49?
39.
39.
Correct. Living the dream, baby. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast.
What grade are you listening to? What's that? It's Rothschild. Is it Rothschild or Rothschild?
Rothschild? There's an S in it?
Rothschild. I didn't know if it was. I didn't know if it was
You're good.
Rothschild. Oh! That's the private. Serious.
Did you see that new pyramid discovery where people put LiDAR footage of
Yeah, I did.
Pyramid edition, Lost in the Dark.
Word. Joe Rogan's been talking about it a bunch.
What'd you say, Rabbi?
Joe Rogan's been talking about it a bunch.
Yeah, I was just watching Joe.
Is he talking about GUINNESS where you can't see
Oh,
shit?
you know what else is a god? Well, I know why Joe Rogan's popular, Rabbi. You wanna know why?
Why is that, big dog?
Joe Rowe.
Why?
Joe Rowe.
Oh, yeah, definitely. That's...
And it's two O's now. It's not E sounds.
Is there some
Black.
Why wouldn't you just call it realistic geoguessr?
Oh yeah, I didn't know if he was talking about the realistic one or the pitch black.
It's not the same. It's not the same.
No, of course not. You can pay for night vision goggles.
Oh, so you want to cash?
I don't know who Rabbi is, but Rabbi, what am I supposed to do? Well, perhaps just through advertising. Yeah, just in the corner, have like banner ads scrolling, and then you just.
So is this game going to be
Porn ads on 1/3 of the screen. Or just this giant big folder. Yeah, that's how you make it. Gotta make money somehow.
No, I said he was getting scammed. Yeah.
Personally, I think that Rabbi should incorporate like 2001 and why is your name just A? Really, really.
Dude, I think I'd call that as like a creative handicap. If I was gonna make a game and just pitch Black Darkness. You know what game like kind of pulled off being pitched Black Darkness, which I think you kind of moving off. It was FNAF 4. Oh yeah. And you could play blind. Remember that?
There's a game called The Hidden where you're blindfolded and then you have to go around and stab people.
Invisible killer.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, you're invisible. You're not blindfolded.
2007. Nah, that game sounds like not fun.
I'll do it if it's the Pitch Black edition. I'll play the Pitch Black edition. Nothing but daytime press. Oh,
Interesting.
yeah.
Interesting. Yes.
And I have to warn you, I'm really good at this game. God gave me a few skills, and one of them is just guessing where you are in the Pitch Black. No visual hints.
Hey, Rabbi, who do you think actually has more archive than like themselves? Do you think it's you or Christian?
Definitely Rabbi. Christian doesn't stream.
Oh, they left. Okay, here, I'll send you an image through DMs. Oh, wait, you can send it in a server right now. You can send it in live stream chat. I can send it in
It's not gonna be like not safe for work shit, right?
No, it's just I don't know. It's just a pitch black, but I feel like
Okay. There's some fucking free speech channel where you can actually type. Yeah. It's under the category other. Above the platform. Yeah, you joined the voice there. You're gonna have to type it out. You're gonna have to paste the byte code of the image.
I'm gonna send it.
Honestly, you're kind of stealing my idea.
Oh yeah, it's a good. It's a.
You gotta do that across it.
Yeah, what is this?
Where's the guys who was also something so kind of into? Yeah, you can like with like the area. No, it was the top.
That's in the Pacific Ocean.
Do they just bounce?
Oh, so it's not. Like how you went wild.
That's what I do, baby. I mean,
You're choking on a hot dog.
dude, let's talk about that. Do you know what the number one choking death amongst children 3 and younger in North America is? Hot dogs is correct. And I looked this up. You know how you prevent it?
Hot dog.
You got it, big dog. I love the idea. I love the branding. Hollow hot dogs.
I just can't have to that on the spot.
Yeah, anybody can market
See,
it.
you need a goddamn marketing agency.
Baby, I am my own marketing agency. Anybody can do a fancy name. Not everybody comes up with a great idea.
Hollow hot dogs?
Yeah, Doug.
Hollow hot dogs? Or is that that sounded pretty freaking squishy.
Yeah, that's okay. Hot dog straws. That works too.
Or you turn them into hologram. Digital.
What'd you do with Zoot?
I sent them the coordinates of a bookstore.
Dude, he's been in here so much. We've been playing. So, like, there's one game that he and I are basically equal at, and that is darts. And we're both really good. And he
I just flick it in the heart at the freaking whatever it's called, the archery one. Really up.
yeah, play me in darts. I'll send you an invite.
I don't want. I'll play one game.
Okay.
I'll play one game.
And he is in here like 6 times a night. And now I know you're like, well, where is he now? I think he was in here earlier and he's at the gym right now. He's been doing this gym thing, which is fine. I mean, I'm glad he's getting healthy.
This is not good dark music.
Okay, I'll play good dart music. Oh, I'm not listening to that music.
I gotta feel that first.
Dude, that was amazing. Dude, that was a good round.
I gotta try like before.
It is finicky. That's a good word for it.
What do you mean I went plus? I got both on it. Are you supposed to go go for different. What the fuck is that?
It was just me beating you.
What is the point of that?
I mean, we were just playing.
The soccer game is actually the soccer game. Really
All right, let's play it.
not right now.
Okay, I have this thing that I do with Zoot. When we first started playing, do you know what country I chose? Australia, just to piss him off. Australia, just to piss him off. And he would get pissed off about it. So then, and I used to call myself the Thunder from Down Under, all kinds of shit like that, just to get in his fucking head. And he's like, "You can't be Australia. I'm Australia." I'm like, "Okay, fine." So then, they don't have. I mean, the U.S. is just too easy, and they don't have Israel, and so I would choose Wales because they have a dragon on their flag, and it's like an available choice. And I do this thing to piss him off. Whenever I'm about to score, I ask him, "Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is?" And he's like, "Just do it." And then I fucking score on him every single time. And if I do choose to be Australia, sometimes I say, "Zoot, do you know what the Thunder from Down Under is?" And he's just like, "Just do it," and I fucking score on him. I am so hard on him, and when I say that, I mean it. If he'll see this in the future, I talk so much smack. And oh, dude, okay, so I beat him 20 games in a row in mini golf, and after each win, I would interview him, and not only would I just be like, "Oh, do you have any statements?" but I'd be like, "Here we are on the green of the fifth hole with Zoot. Zoot, I'm here with Fox Sports. We want to just get in the mind of such a terrible dog shit mini golf player. What's going through your mind as you lost 18 straight games?" And he would just be like, "I'm a terrible player. I don't even know what to say." Or like he was just like, he's like, "Play me again. I just want to play again." So we played, and these weren't we like sometimes tied. No, these were 20 straight wins where he did not get any points. I just got into his fucking head.
So he probably wins more when I'm actually there.
I think so, because you and I like are always water bumping each other and stuff, and he can slide by at the end. What else did we play?
Whenever you won 5 games.
He-
I don't know how he's like that bad in geometry. Basic geometry.
Exactly.
Like basic physics, but like literally just a mirror. Like a mirror and an angle. Like the physician knows it's like how you're banking it off the wall. It'll basically be like a mirror.
Yeah. We play. Okay, so we play Ocho. He loves that game. He absolutely loves Ocho. We play pool, and he is. I'm terrible at pool. I've played. It's my worst game of any of the games. We've played.
One where you're just marching robots down each other's lanes. It's just,
Yeah, we play that one all the time. That's Blitz League. We play that one all the time. We play mini golf, of course. We play table soccer. He beat me once. Yeah, he beat me once. I let him win. I had won over 100 games against him.
That game, I don't like about that game is like you get closed off and locked in. I'm always like somewhere that you don't there, you locked it off, and I can't make any more situations like that.
To be honest, I was not paying attention as we played, and he got literally every good letter. He got the Z, he got the Q or the X, he got all the S's, all the blank tiles. It was a perfect storm, but it was bound to happen, and I wanted to lose. I had won over 100 games, There he is. Speak of Zoot. How are you, pimp?
No,
Zoot.
we summoned him.
We did. Zoot, are you ready to play some mini golf?
I play better.
That's what we.
I was just saying.
He was just saying that.
Except it was still also pretty awful. But me and Rabbi are like colliding.
So you know when Rabbi's streaming and hear everything he's saying.
That's cool.
I mean, you watch him live on another.
Yeah.
So he heard us talking about him. That's how he knew.
YouTube.
You literally have been listening to us how long?
About 5 minutes.
But we didn't say anything bad. We like you. I did tell him about. Well, you heard. I told him about interviewing you.
You know what the whale dragon? You know what the dragon is?
Yeah, he knows what the dragon attack is. Riser, pick up your. There you go. And then I make him rank my shots. Riser, what would you rank that shot out of 10?
That's the right one.
Dude, you know that's a perfect shot. Zoot,
It would be a perfect shot if you ran in the sand.
I'm not in the sand.
This is a perfect shot.
No, it's not.
I'm not. My ball. Wow, terrible.
I know. I didn't really know what to do.
Is it possible for you to make this shot?
Yeah, but you'd have to bounce it around in kinds of crazy places.
Oh.
I'm so glad Zoot's here.
It's dark.
Riser kind of has an interesting shot. Which way are you going to go? High IQ.
Oh, what is that?
What is what?
What the hell is that?
What is what?
You know, I did not. I don't recall seeing that.
Dog. We came up with new strategies. Both Zoot and I are experts in this game.
Has it dialed in?
Alright. Rabbi.
What? I love you too, big dog. Great shot, Zoot.
Rise at levels. You should go to Dacian Trail.
Get it, Zoot.
Too bad you don't have to do it. Too bad you
You're not going to make it.
I will.
No, we didn't.
No, thank you. You're only one part behind me.
So this,
So you're only one.
oh, Riser. Riser.
That was a 0 out of 10. No, I'll give him 0 I'll give him.
Hit my ball. Hit my ball. Perfect, Zoot. Zoot, you're the man.
Gave him a good angle.
Zoot, you're the man.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Zoot's the man.
I think Fat Gal investment's going to go up a lot.
How's it doing?
It's 54K market.
All right, and you are 1% owner of it, so you are up 500. You're up like $200 on your investment, right?
500.
Oh, good on you. Are you gonna sell?
Yeah, I was back in the farm.
No, it's going to go to like 100 to minutes.
Riser, why didn't you make it?
I did literally the most perfect process here.
Oh, I fucked that. Rises, you're going to be whole point of trouble. You're going to be 3 points per point, 2 points per point.
I'm not in front of you, you're just behind.
No.
This whole stuff.
What do we stuck in this thing? I don't know how you both are so bad at this. That was an okay shot. Awesome, great Jagger.
Excellent. I know Zoot, everything about his workout regimen. I know. Zoot, did you go to the gym today?
What?
Did you go to the...
Oh, bullshit.
That's where I said I thought you were, was at the gym. You've been going to the gym like all the time.
Yeah. 5 to 6 days of weight.
Riser wanted to know if you were at,
Monday, Tuesday.
Riser wanted to know if you were at the library or the adult bookstore.
It's a movie theater, and I haven't been there in a while.
It's a movie theater. Okay.
Sure.
What WTF was that, Riser?
I don't think anyone's gonna make it.
Dude, this hole is hard. Get it, Zoot.
Go more.
I'm making this. Fuck.
It's got a shot on it.
Oh, come on. That's really good.
Get it, Zoot.
Harder, boys, harder.
Yeah, you need it harder. Looks like I just won. Zoot, I beat Riser for you in darts.
I'm gonna piss Rabbi.
That doesn't make me mad at all. Oh, you quit?
Yeah, you can't get 10 points.
I couldn't get 10 points anyway. Neither of us scored on, or none of us scored on the previous hole. That doesn't make me mad at all. It actually is easier because I don't have to wait for you to shoot. What a great shot. What a great shot.
won.
Are you serious, Mike Ball?
Ball.
What is going on?
Did he make it?
No, he quit.
He did make it.
He quit.
Oh.
No, no way you make that. Hit my ball.
Why? Why did he lose the ball?
No, he's here. He thought he was being cool to stop me from getting 10 points when he didn't realize that none of us scored on the previous hole and it wasn't going to be a perfect game either. Anyway. Yeah, it wasn't a very well thought. Oh, by the way, Riser, I got over 1,000 wins.
You're the one that closer to being a security guard for 25,000.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, don't play this one. Don't play this one.
Don't even invite the.
No. I know. It defaulted to 2 people when it should just default to 3 like we were playing. So don't play that one.
Hey, dude, is your microphone broken? Because you're about to experience the dragon attack.
Zoot, accept the Zoot accepted the invite. Okay, Riser. Zoot, you ready? Zoot sucks at this hole. He always hits the wall and then hits the car. Oh, good job.
Perfect shot.
Perfect shot.
7 out of 10.
No, that's a good shot.
That's an 8.
And then Zoot and I always ponder whether it's possible to have a hole-in-one on a hole. Welcome.
It is. If you have 2 people, you win it is.
How are you, Z-Dubes?
No, you're never getting a hole in one.
Z-Dubes. Oh, they can't hear me.
I think you can get a hole in one in any hole.
No?
What hole can't you get a hole in one?
There's this one. You cannot get enough momentum to go through the arrows.
You can.
Z-Dubes, how are you? Welcome.
Fuck's sake.
How'd you guys like that shot?
Raza has the hardest shot in the world right now.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
That was a decent attempt. Okay, fuck, I wasn't really good at this before.
Probably memorize the percentage. What was going that way? Interesting. Near feet. Okay, that was the most near feet shot I've seen. Yeah.
That was dumb.
And Felipe's got some new tricks up his sleeve. Wow, you guys are just going that way now? Okay.
I have the best shot. I'm gonna get a hole in one. Ready? Told you I'm gonna get a hole in one.
Because it's oh.
That was not good.
No, it's actually better than that. Can you not?
Dude, he made it really difficult for you, Riser. Riser needs one of the best shots of his career. Oh. Almost.
That fell a little too much gas. Pretty rusty, so they don't play this game.
I know. Dude, I have ranked higher. I'm like in the top 4,000 people in the world in this game. Do you know how proud that makes me?
Where do you get those statistics from?
But there's only fucking 20,000 people who play this game. So it's not that.
If you play ranked, it tells you what your world ranking is.
But there's only 20,000 people in the world that play this. Some of them have double accounts.
Dude, there are way more. There are way more than that who play this game.
How many people?
Right now, there are 40,000